Запись идет. Excellencies, Ministers, Your Eminence, Madam Commissioner, dear fellow professors, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 11th European
Vorrei darvi il benvenuto all'11ª conferenza ministeriale dello spazio europeo per l'istruzione superiore. Benvenuti a Roma 2020. A nome del professor Gaetano Manfredi, Ministero della Ricerca della Repubblica Italiana, vorrei anche inoltrare i nostri saluti a tutte le delegazioni, membri consultivi e partner e agli organismi internazionali. Per la prima volta il nostro incontro ha luogo via web. Di conseguenza diamo il benvenuto a tutti coloro che sono connessi per seguire questo evento con noi. Questo evento rappresenta davvero un benchmark per la famiglia di Bologna, perché introduce il prossimo decennio dell'area dello spazio dell'istruzione superiore a livello europeo, segnando quindi un momento di svolta per i sistemi di istruzione dei nostri paesi. Dobbiamo prendere in considerazione l'attuale pandemia causata dal Covid-19, che ci costringe per la prima volta a utilizzare dei formati innovativi per tenere i nostri incontri. Mi chiamo Federico Cinquepalmi e sono direttore dell'internazionalizzazione per l'istruzione superiore nell'ambito del Ministero dell'Università e della Ricerca in Italia e vi accompagnerò nel corso della conferenza. Desideriamo darvi il benvenuto con un saluto un po' speciale, portando un po' d'Italia all'interno delle vostre case, consapevoli che siamo tutti interconnessi da un forte senso di appartenenza a uno spazio comune, cioè lo spazio europeo dell'istruzione superiore. Quindi benvenuti nella vostra casa italiana. Allora, il nostro programma è molto fitto ed è suddiviso in una sessione mattutina che è dedicata alle presentazioni dei principali attori dell'EHEA e una sessione pomeridiana che è invece dedicata al nostro dialogo e alla nostra visibilità su scala globale. Il programma è disponibile e può essere scaricato da tutti al sito web del nostro evento. Come siamo giunti alla situazione attuale, al punto in cui ci troviamo oggi? Abbiamo iniziato con la dichiarazione di Bologna, firmata nel 99 da 29 paesi, e oggi ci ritroviamo in 48, insieme alla Commissione europea e a 8 organizzazioni che sono dei membri consultivi, i veri attori che hanno partecipato nel forgiare i nostri sistemi di istruzione superiore. È stato svolto molto lavoro in questi 21 anni. Abbiamo lavorato duramente, intensamente, per poter poi riepilogare tutti i passi intrapresi e gli obiettivi che sono stati realizzati, quindi per rafforzare e ribadire i nostri valori fondamentali e i nostri impegni, nonché per delineare le nostre sfide future e le nostre ambizioni per i prossimi 10 anni. Per questo motivo dobbiamo innanzitutto ringraziare per il lavoro enorme che è stato svolto i co-presidenti dei paesi che hanno guidato questo processo nei 2 anni, segnatamente l'Austria, la Svizzera, la Romania, la Repubblica della Macedonia settentrionale, la Finlandia, la Turchia, la Croazia, l'Ucraina, la Germania e il Regno Unito, Scozia. Desidero quindi ringraziare di cuore tutti voi. Desideriamo inoltre ringraziare tutti i co-presidenti dei vari gruppi di lavoro, nonché il comitato di redazione per il lavoro condotto, per il lavoro svolto sul comunicato, sotto il coordinamento del vicepresidente italiano, la professoressa Anne Catherine Isaacs. Grazie di cuore, Katie. Tuttavia, la nostra mappa attuale, la nostra configurazione è già obsoleta e dobbiamo di conseguenza aggiornarla, in quanto oggi abbiamo il piacere di dare il benvenuto al 49esimo paese, quindi accogliamo nella nostra famiglia la Repubblica di San Marino.
Minister, would you like to say a few words?
Ministro, vuole prendere la parola?
Your Excellency?
Eccellenza?
Unfortunately, it seems that the
Purtroppo pare che il collegamento con il ministro di San Marino non funziona, quindi probabilmente vedremo un breve video che ci presenta appunto la Repubblica di San Marino.
Lo sforzo per
Many thanks to the Republic of
Molte grazie alla Repubblica di San Marino.
It is my
Ed ora ho l'onore di invitare tutti i ministri e le delegazioni a esprimere la loro approvazione per l'accesso di San Marino allo spazio allo spazio europeo dell'istruzione superiore con un applauso.
There are now 49 of us.
Siamo diventati 49 e questo è un altro passo avanti verso il futuro comune per l'attuazione degli impegni presi tutti insieme, presi in comune.
It is now with great pleasure
Ora ho il grande piacere di dare la parola al professor Gaetano Manfredi,
former rector
ex rettore dell'Università di Napoli Federico II, nonché ex presidente della Conferenza italiana dei rettori universitari e a partire dal gennaio 2020 ministro dell'Università e della Ricerca. Professor Manfredi, a lei la parola.
Onorevoli colleghi ministri, Eminenza Reverendissima, Signora Commissaria, gentili rappresentanti degli organismi internazionali, gentili rappresentanti degli studenti, signore e signori. È per me un grande onore, in qualità di Ministro dell'Università e della Ricerca del Governo italiano, accogliervi oggi alla 11ª riunione di livello ministeriale dello Spazio Europeo dell'istruzione superiore. Riunione il cui scopo è innanzitutto fare il punto su quanto è stato fatto dall'ultima riunione ad oggi e tracciare le linee di lavoro per i prossimi 10 anni del nostro processo. Quando l'Italia assunse nel 2018 a Parigi l'impegno di gestire il segretariato dello Spazio Europeo dell'istruzione superiore, nel corso appunto dell'ultima riunione ministeriale, certamente non era nei programmi che questo sarebbe stato oggi il nostro formato di lavoro. Fin dalla firma della Dichiarazione di Bologna nel 1999, infatti, i ministri si sono sempre riuniti fisicamente intorno a un tavolo e, guardandosi negli occhi, hanno discusso del futuro della formazione superiore nello spazio paneuropeo, valutando insieme problemi e soluzioni. La situazione che si presenta oggi è a tutti noi completamente diversa e ci costringe, pur nel rispetto generale dello spirito di dialogo che contraddistingue il nostro forum di decisione e discussione, ad un formato di collegamento a distanza, che risulta giocoforza un po' più limitante, soprattutto per le tempistiche serrate che un evento virtuale così complesso richiede. Tempistiche che, mi preme rammentare, sono volte a consentire a ciascuna delle delegazioni governative di esprimere la propria visione sul futuro del nostro spazio comune per la formazione superiore in Europa. Il 2019 ha visto la celebrazione a Bologna del ventennale della Dichiarazione di Bologna ed è stata una grande festa per l'intero sistema accademico europeo. Circa 250 rettori, oltre 1000 delegati e soprattutto la cornice dell'Università di Bologna, Alma Mater Universitatum, che con i suoi 932 anni di storia viene considerata la più antica università al mondo, secondo il modello occidentale di università, modello che ha ispirato tutte le attuali università del mondo. Nel 1999 l'Europa si ripensò, identificando chiaramente nella valorizzazione dell'università quale peculiare creazione dello spirito occidentale uno dei capisaldi su cui l'intero continente e naturalmente l'Unione Europea avrebbe dovuto formarsi e crescere. L'Europa moderna si ritrova nelle sue università, nelle quali si esprime e si realizza il vitale bisogno di libertà, ovvero di conoscenza che è insito in ciascuno di noi. Ed è qui che si incarna quello spirito critico che è l'essenza della nostra ragione di stare insieme. E questo è il luogo privilegiato della formazione della coscienza umana e dei cittadini di domani. In questi 21 anni siamo stati capaci di mettere in campo, su scala europea ed internazionale, notevoli strumenti per favorire gli studenti e i docenti nel loro percorso formativo e di ricerca, volti a garantire la mobilità per l'apprendimento ad ogni livello, scolastico, accademico.
К их обучению и исследованиям, направленным на гарантии мобильности, для обучения на всех уровнях, школьном, академическом и профессиональном. Мы связали различные системы образования и создали европейскую систему перевода и накопления кредитов, основанную не только на количестве часов фронтальных занятий, но и на учебной нагрузке самих студентов. Мы реализовали академическую свободу и автономию, содействовали представительству студентов по управлению академических учреждений на правительственном уровне. И, конечно же, мы разработали программу Erasmus. Пожалуй, одной из самых успешных программ Европейского Союза на глобальном уровне. Настолько актуальной, что она даже дала свое имя новому поколению студентов, зародившемуся и выросшему в рамках этого необыкновенного образовательного и обучающего инструмента. И сейчас задачи, которые ставят перед нами, особенно в 2020 году, являются испытанием для нашего партнерства, задачами, которые требуют гибкости и сплоченности. Лишь немногие секторы, такие как образование, подвергаются испытанию на прочность в условиях нынешней глобальной пандемической чрезвычайной ситуации, вызванной COVID-19. Хорошо помню, что все образовательные процессы, независимо от возраста учащихся, к которым они вращаются, имеют основополагающие
indispensable not to interrupt the flow of education, even though it is not the best solution. And this was done in order not to cause an additional human catastrophe that comes to add to the pandemic. I would like to take this opportunity to think of all the human lives that the pandemic has cost in Europe and in the world. Please believe me, my dear colleagues, that I have great solidarity, and on behalf of my country and the entire Italian academic community, we express our condolences for all of the victims of COVID-19 in all of our countries. I think that we have ensured academic continuity, and that as a result of this terrible stress test that has cost so many human lives across the world, I think that we need to draw some lessons for the future. What we are faced with, honourable ministers, is undoubtedly a new world, and it will be our task to write new rules in order to enable future generations to receive a high-quality education that will ensure their role as citizens in this new world. In the effort for dematerializing academic processes, delivering lectures in a classroom and online is a result that we need to think about and reflect on. And in the near future, we will have to look into the methods for online teaching. At the same time, I think that we need to assess how credits are to be given and so on. And the evaluation and assessment of learning is important. And now I would like to address our colleagues, the ministers of the European Union, and in particular Commissioner Maria Gabriel, with whom, during the harshest moment of the pandemic in spring, we interacted several times and we were always on the same page. I thank her for the commitment that she puts every day in her work as Commissioner for Science and Education. So thank you, Maria, for your commitment, for your dedication to this common cause of the development of European academic systems. Amongst the many initiatives that characterized your mandate, I think that one of them is most prominent and that we greatly appreciate for the extraordinary far-sightedness of this position. That is, the Alliance of European Universities promoted within the Erasmus program takes on, I think, a prophetic value with respect to the need to relaunch on a broad scale the idea of national universities within the framework of the Erasmus program, building up university alliances with the aim of expanding the offering of the individual universities and contributing to the creation of supranational systems for advanced education aimed at ensuring the freedom of movement of people and of ideas, the automatic recognition of the studies carried out. Well, this was the very dream at the heart of the Bologna Declaration back in 1999. So what I hope for the future is that academic alliances like the Alliance of European Universities should expand gradually to all the components of the Bologna process within and without the European Union, and different with the necessary times, of course, that needs to be defined, but ensuring that all member states of the European higher education area are included in this cultural project. So the international academic community is a community, and it is above geopolitical and cultural divisions, and this is pursued conscientiously and not according to a logic that cannot and must not belong to the academic world. For this reason, the ministers of higher education, we must ensure that the academic world remains independent, shielding it as much as possible from the logic of politics that run the risk of misrepresenting its meaning and importance. The academic and scientific community, even back in the Middle Ages, has always been a community united by supranational bonds that have always gone beyond the difficulties in relationships between countries and governments and so on. They maintained open the channels of informal dialogue in situations where dialogue seemed to be impossible. Therefore, as emeritus lecturer at the University of Naples, Federico II, I feel the need to remind myself and all of us that we need dialogue and interaction, without which the Bologna process would run the risk of not being fully successful. So we started back in 1999 in Bologna, and this place was chosen not by chance, but because it is the very spirit that brings us together today. And it is in Bologna, students come from all over the world, from different countries. And Bologna was a university set up in the 11th century, and the students set up the first academic community that took on the name of universitas, a term that refers not only to the study of all disciplines, but it refers also to association, that is, the societies that were formed thanks to students that grouped together to support each other in this foreign country for many of the students, and they organize themselves on the basis of their national backgrounds. Now, all of this enables us to understand that the internationalization processes were present there at the very roots of the birth of our university systems. And as already in the 11th century, students and scholars had the need and the will to set rules for teaching and the university curriculum. Today, even if in different ways, this spirit of collaboration continues to be imbued by the spirit in order to face the challenges of the future, and above all, to fulfill the commitments taken on during these years within the framework of the Bologna process, which brings together the biggest concentration on the planet of higher education institutions. Now, these challenges require that the true players of our systems be taken into account, namely the students, teachers, researchers, and all the higher education institutions that operate in our countries. The communiqué that we're about to approve reflects our vision for the next 10 years of this process, a vision that must always be accompanied and read against the background of our fundamental values that drive our actions, and namely defense of the autonomy of the institutions, freedom and academic integrity, participation of students and the staff in the governance of the academic processes, and responsibility or accountability of the state for higher education. With regard to this latter aspect, it is worth emphasizing once again the role that university institutions play in society, the so-called third mission of the academic world, which is a fundamental reason as to why we constantly need to improve the quality of our national educational systems. We need to react against any action which may undermine dialogue and undermine our fundamental values, aware of the fact that the academic world is the only place where dialogue has always been possible. Obviously, we are now in a very special circumstances or situation. The pandemic emergency compels us to keep at a distance and to use online means, and therefore we need to do all we can to feel more united. I wanted to thank you all for having underwritten or supported this new virtual format, an innovative format through which we wanted to make you feel that we are close to you, and the closeness of the Italian system that is in a joint spirit of dialogue and support with you, of collaboration, inclusion, and other elements that come together in this innovation and the experimentation of new forms of dialogue and encounter. I have given time in our agenda for your contribution so as to be aware of the challenges that you as well are experiencing with regard to our future, based on or moving from the contents of our communique. So even though the time is little, we hope that we can increase cooperation and show all the users who are linked up with us that for the first time they can attend our meeting live, and we can show the spirit that we share and our intentions in increasing the European higher education area as an area for dialogue, collaboration, and where we can truly create a space where we can be inclusive, innovative, and interconnected. I would like to thank all those who have contributed to the work that was done in these last 2 years, and the countries that have accompanied us during this period, the leaders of the working groups and all the members of the Bologna follow-up group, besides the staff of my ministry and the Italian Secretariat that have ensured that the work could be continued in spite of the pandemic crisis that we are experiencing. Now, with reference to the activity of the Secretariat of the Bologna follow-up group, I would like to welcome our colleagues from Albania who have expressed their willingness to take on the baton and to take our place, and I thank therefore thank them for their availability and willingness to ensure a smooth transition and for their mandate. I would also like to thank the 49th member state of our community, the Republic of San Marino, the most ancient republic in the world that ever since the Middle Ages has always supported and represented freedom for all countries in the world. I think that the motto of San Marino, Nemi tenere, which means never depend on anyone, is the most noble contribution that this ancient state can give to the process of Bologna and to all of our academic systems. I thank you for your attention, and I officially open the 11th Interministerial Conference of the European Higher Education Area.
Thank you, Minister Manfredi, for reaffirming the spirit of our joint work. Cooperation, mutual support, and especially in such a difficult time, reminding our common history and the future challenges ahead. And now I have the honor to hand over to Mrs. Maria Gabriel, European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, previously Commissioner for Digital Economy and Society. Her mottos are think out of the box, but especially no one left behind. Madam Commissioner, you have the floor.
Dear Minister Manfredi, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today on this special occasion of the launch of a new decade for the Bologna process and the European higher education area. And I would like to take the opportunity to pass my heartfelt gratitude to the Italian Ministry for the fantastic work in preparing today's event. We start the new decade in extraordinary times. No one could have foreseen the unprecedented events of 2020. The global health pandemic affects everyone and is having a huge impact not only on our health, but also on how we teach, learn, and do research. The challenges of our time, ensuring a smooth digital transformation while fostering greater cohesion in our societies, have been amplified by the COVID-19 crisis, on top of the need for climate protection. Academic freedom and institutional autonomy have also been challenged in some of our countries. Solutions require a higher level of shared ambition and commitment, deeper cooperation at all levels, to work together for a peaceful, healthy, green, digital, and resilient Europe. So how do we get there? How to address these challenges to achieve more sustainable societies for the future? We have made important progress over the last 2 decades. Mobility, quality assurance, and recognition are the most successful areas of our cooperation. Nevertheless, the process was not all plain sailing. Some countries moved faster than others, and some embedded reforms more deeply. As a result of reaching different levels of implementation, the foundations of the European higher education area are not stable enough yet. Students, researchers, and higher education institutions may still face unnecessary obstacles in their work together. As a way forward, the best way to strengthen trust is to practice trust. This can be seen through the peer support activities put in place following the last Bologna Ministerial Conference in Paris. Supported by the Erasmus Plus program, they are now bearing fruit to enhance the implementation of the Bologna key commitments. They have supported legislative reforms in at least 17 out of the 48 countries. Sweden reports, for example, that the peer support contributed to the implementation of their new comprehensive framework for quality assurance. Montenegro designed new legislation to improve the independence of its quality assurance agency, and the agency was also inspired by its peers in the effort to develop transparent, efficient rules and procedures for accreditation. We'll continue supporting them with the next Erasmus Plus program, and I hope that in the coming years, even more countries will undertake concrete steps to implement our joint commitments. We now need to go further and set new ambitious priorities for action to ensure that European cooperation in higher education reaches its full potential. I very much welcome the new priorities as set out in this new Rome communiqué. This ambitious communiqué reaffirms our joint vision for an inclusive and innovative approach to learning and teaching, for much deeper and integrated transnational cooperation in higher education, research and innovation, for fundamental academic values, and for securing a sustainable future for our planet through higher education. Most importantly, it is a loud call for stronger support for underrepresented and vulnerable groups to access and excel in higher education. These priorities are very much in line with the recent communications that we have on achieving the European education area by 2025, the Digital Education Action Plan, and the new European Research Area. These communications that I presented on 30th of September provide a vision to work towards a European knowledge area, encompassing universities' missions for higher education, research, innovation, and service to society. The proposed initiatives, such as a higher education transformation agenda, supported by the full rollout of European universities, to set up of a European degree and the European approach to micro-credentials, will enhance an inclusive, innovative, interconnected and digitally prepared higher education system as a key contributor to the European Green Deal and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I'm convinced that these initiatives will prove to be strong engines for positive change, with concrete beneficial impact for students, teaching staff, and institutions, both within and beyond the borders of the European Union. None of us can address the current challenges in isolation. However, we can succeed if we act together. I want the European knowledge area to act as a motor for the Bologna process, inspiring and supporting other member countries of the European higher education area to benefit from a similar path. Dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful conference, and it will be my pleasure to see you in Albania in 2024 to take stock on the progress met.
Many thanks to Commissioner Maria Gabriel. It is our future that we are talking about. Our commitment to building a common future, our desire not to be stopped by difficulties. In order to understand where we are and the path we are drawing for the future, it is time to present the Rome 2020 Ministerial Communiqué. This is the document marking our future steps. The text of the Rome Communiqué, as drafted by the Bologna Follow-up Group, it is available on the portal of the event. And now, in order to give to all members of the European higher education area the opportunity to express their personal visions, we have dedicated most of our morning agenda to the presentations of ministers and their representatives gathered in our virtual round table. But before giving the floor to the ministers and their representatives, let me remind you that each member country will have just 2 minutes for their statements. A gong will indicate when 50 seconds will remain. We will ask everyone to stay on schedule, and I thank you in advance for your understanding. The sequence will take place automatically, following the alphabetic order of the country name, as sent in advance to all delegations. We ask Germany and UK Scotland to be the first to speak in their actual capacities of co-chairs of the process. In the event that a country encounters connecting problems, their contribution will be delivered at the end of all the other presentations. And now let me invite the delegation to be ready in time for delivering their contribution, according to the advice of their IT technicians, who received all necessary instructions for the connections procedures. Now, let's start with the first part of our ministerial roundtable.
Colleagues all over Europe, can we accept that some countries in European higher education area violate our fundamental values and agreements we all signed up for in our ministerial communiques since 1999? Can we accept that a European country refuses to apply the international binding legal agreement on recognition? For Germany, the answer is no. A strong no. We cannot accept this. The European higher education area only works if we mutually, jointly, and in a good spirit cooperate and implement the reforms we all agreed on. Besides staying true to our key commitments, we cannot accept any form of violations against academic freedom and international autonomy we have seen lately. Colleagues, academic freedom is the core ingredient for excellent research and teaching. Without it, the quest for knowledge cannot progress. Science would be imprisoned, but science needs freedom and exchange. The European higher education area is the only area on this planet bringing 48 and now 49 countries constructively together into a dialogue to make all our higher education better in terms of quality, making recognition easier, and making mobility of students and staff between all our countries a reality. We accomplished a lot, more than we could have expected in a voluntary process, in a very constructive spirit. Please, let's go on in this spirit, also in critical times and with critical issues like the academic freedom. Let's start the dialogue on academic freedom now and not wait another 4 years. Let education be the key to cohesion in our societies. Thank you very much.
Admiration go to our Italian friends for hosting such a remarkable feat of technology and organisation. It's a credit to your determination and perseverance that we're all able to meet virtually together today. This online conference is an example of our need to find innovative, collaborative solutions to the problems we are all facing. 2020 has been a year unlike any other. The pandemic has accelerated existing change, exposed inequalities, and reminded us all that we live in an increasingly connected world. From COVID vaccines to the climate crisis, our institutions are the key to securing our future prosperity and safety. And yet, over recent months, we have borne witness to worrying developments in several countries within the European higher education area that threaten the academic freedom of those very institutions we are so reliant upon. As Europeans, we must seek to protect and respect our shared fundamental values of personal freedom, human dignity, solidarity with our fellow citizens, an active democratic civil society, and respect for the rule of law. These are all the hallmarks of our success, and they're all essential for the well-being of our colleges and our universities. In Scotland, we treat these values with the utmost importance. We respect the autonomy of our institutions. We want to see a world where academics can work free from the threat of prosecution, and where open political discourse is encouraged and not silenced. We will work closely with others who share these ideals and encourage those who have strayed away from our shared values to reconsider their position. Because it's only together that we can build a fair, tolerant and open society, a society that respects the rights of our institutions, a society that's economically and environmentally sustainable, and a society that sees everybody's individual potential fulfilled. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, at present we face two major challenges in our European higher education area. First of all, fundamental rights and academic freedom being put under threat in some countries. Therefore, I strongly support the previous words of my German colleague of the Federal Ministry, Minister Reichel, that we cannot overlook these violations of our mutual agreements. Second, the COVID-19 pandemic poses a big challenge for all of us, for our higher education institutions as well. But it also offers a chance as it accelerates the digitalization of learning and teaching. In this respect, universities all over Europe have done a great job of coming to terms with the pandemic. I believe this will help strengthening the social dimension in the Bologna process and especially social cohesion as it facilitates the access to an inclusive and high-quality higher education. But nevertheless, the mobility of staff and students is of greatest importance to an interconnected Europe, and thus I hope that it can not only be resumed but enhanced and facilitated. Germany and its lender offer our support and help to implement the principles and guidelines to strengthen the social dimension of higher education in the European higher education area. We believe in the vision of building an inclusive, innovative, and interconnected European higher education area by 2030. Thank you.
EU, it has certainly not left Europe. We remain committed to working with our EHEA partners, now more than ever. And I am pleased that despite the challenges of coronavirus, we are still able to meet today. Working cooperatively has never been so important, both in tackling those barriers and achieving our shared ambition of a more inclusive, innovative, and interconnected European higher education area. Technology is also essential, both in its ability to connect us here today and also in enhancing higher education. Because higher education really is a major engine of economic recovery and innovation and creativity. And I've seen this as we explore the possibility of online learning. It truly has been incredible. In the face of the pandemic, digitalisation has flourished, and I'm pleased to see this reflected in the communiqué, and I look forward to the opportunities that this approach to online learning offers and how it can accelerate us towards our shared goals. Cooperation really is at the heart of our international education strategy, which we published back in 2019. The strategy recognises the importance of partnership and collaboration in achieving our aims, because in sharing knowledge, skills and innovation with international partners around the world, we can also generate opportunities to help raise higher education standards and promote the values of academic freedom and integrity, participation of students and staff in higher education governance, and public responsibility for and of higher education, both at home and internationally. We have come a long way since the Bologna process was first launched in 1999, but there is always more progress to make and more to learn from each other as we look to protect and promote our shared fundamental values. So I am looking forward to working together in the coming years. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, first of all, thank you very much to our Italian colleagues for the organization of the 2020 Ministerial Conference of European Higher Education Area, which is for the first time ever being held online because of the COVID-19 pandemic challenges that the entire world is facing. However, I believe this conference will be a success because there is nothing which can destroy the bridges of cooperation and achievements we have established in these 21 years. As a higher education community, we are making endless efforts to address these challenges and to provide an innovative, inclusive, and interconnected area based on fundamental values of democracy and the rule of law. As we set new goals for the future, we have to make sure that European higher education area offers flexible learning paths, develop new digital skills and competences, as well as promote academic and scientific integrity, ethics, and transparency. Cooperation and mobility are still at the core of this process, with transparent exchange of data and joint initiatives. We will continue to work intensively to implement Bologna's 3 key commitments, which I proudly say that Albania has played an important role together with other member countries in the last years. It is important to emphasize that higher education values, policies and reforms will also be a chance to foster regional and international cooperation and political dialogue at different levels. Last but not least, as the host country of the next Ministerial Conference and Bologna Follow-up Group Secretariat, I'd like to thank all of you for the support to the Albanian candidacy, and we will be honored to host you in Albania in 2024. Thank you.
Messieurs, Mesdames les ministres, c'est un plaisir aujourd'hui de donner la vie.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you and welcome San Marino. This area, which is based on education to peace and human rights and democracy, these are the values that we teach our students in Andorra. Education to citizenship, which enables us to shape a society in the light of civil values for the well functioning of societies, which requires multilateral cooperation. I would like to emphasize the efforts made by UNESCO with regard to the World Agreement on the qualification on university qualifications. In our country, all this was adopted, and I would like to point out that we have made great progress. Now we are facing the challenges of the pandemic, which requires a rapid response in order to provide an education which is more digital and in security using the blockchain. Our efforts must be focused in order to ensure a better and safer digital education without leaving anyone behind. We must make sure that all students have the software and instruments for attending lessons online and fight against imbalances that are an obstacle to social inclusion. We want to create a society which is based on innovation, and therefore digitalization is important, and we need to continue to cooperate on the European space for research. I would like to express my satisfaction for being with Portugal, the leaders of the next BFUG.
And students, excellencies, we meet in unprecedented times and in very different circumstances that the Bologna process tradition would be. Therefore, first of all, many thanks to our Italian colleagues and the BOFAC co-chairs who have met these challenging circumstances with strong preparedness. Today, amidst this global crisis that severely affected us all in different ways, and I came to you from a regional war crisis that affected students and staff of at least a few, if not several countries present today with us in this virtual room. I do believe, though, that the Bologna process has a response to these different challenges we face. That response is our cooperation and collaboration on the basis of fundamental values, with the vision of fully implemented key commitments, and with the hope of empowering democratic societies in our countries with indoctrination, extremism, terrorism, and infringements of academic freedom and are not supported but are strictly condemned by academia. As part of European higher education area, Armenia has always been committed to the fundamental principles and values of Bologna Declaration since 2005. Amidst these societal and economic challenges of our country, today we are determined to involve in the EHEA collaboration to learn best practices for improving the social dimension of higher education and building student-centered and innovative learning ecosystems. We are prepared to engage in peer support and share our practices of tech-based education opportunities for young people. We live in critical times, and therefore we need a united a platform to bring in constructive and productive perspective. Thank you very much.
Esteemed colleagues from all over the European higher education era, internationalization and collaboration across borders have been a long-standing tradition for our universities over centuries. And I have just recently set the stage for the next decade by launching our new mobility strategy for higher education, subtitled, "There are many roads to internationalization." The highlights include installing an internationalization culture in the institutions, promoting the mobility of students, creating innovative digital mobility formats, and developing a global mindset. I also decided to support the Austrian European universities with further national funding in a way that they can develop to their full potential. International collaborations is also essential when it comes to exploring new ways of innovative teaching and learning. In general, future scenarios include more flexible and needs-oriented curricula through elective and individual portfolios, windows of opportunities, and extended curricula. The COVID-19 crisis caused a big further shift to distance learning within higher education. This fast-forwarded us to fully digitalized new teaching and learning environments. My ministry supports the universities to improve the quality of teaching and to support students' progress over the student life cycle. Equally important are the visibility of innovative and inspiring practice and stakeholder dialogue events. A debate on the academic freedom is fundamental for the sustainable development of the European higher education landscape in the global context. The European higher education era and its 48 members have committed repeatedly in ministerial communiques to support and protect the democratic rights of students and staff in exercising their right to academic freedom without fear of reprisal. What we are witnessing in Belarus surely is a grave violation of these fundamental values.
It's an honor and privilege for me to participate in this meeting. I thank the Ministry for Youth and all organizers for such an platform to discuss our achievements and identify common challenges to be tackled through multilateral. The Republic of Azerbaijan joined the European area in 2005, and since the Bologna Declaration formed the framework for the reforms and developments in the education area. A national strategy for the development of education in the Republic of Azerbaijan underlines the importance of principles, recommendations, and strategic goals of the EHEA. Using this opportunity, I to implementation of EHEA and recommendation. First of all, we are focusing on the accessible education, more government funding. And recently, this indicated the number of the students receiving public funding was 66%. Azerbaijan has adopted state program on increasing the international system, which promotes innovative teaching technology, of the content and of the higher education system, as well as implementation of programs with the foreign universities. Recently, universities are receiving tremendous support in terms of operating in the COVID period. well as supporting low-income families. With the support of our programs were implemented to support Azerbaijan's higher education integration. I would like to emphasize, I truly believe that today's conference and strengthening solidarity among peoples. For your attention.
Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые коллеги и участники конференции. Министерство образования Республики Беларусь подтверждает неизменную приверженность к выстраиванию конструктивного диалога с европейскими коллегами по поддержке фундаментальных ценностей высшего
I think we need to build a constructive dialogue with our European colleagues in order to uphold the fundamental values of higher education. From the time when we joined the European higher education area, we have done a lot of work. Most of the work that we have done corresponds to the principles and to the criteria of the 2018 plan for the implementation of the program of the decisions taken on the basis of the European instruments of higher education. The Belarusian Republic implements the concepts aimed at improving quality, which meets the need of personal development, development of society, and sustainable development of the whole country. Higher education has the economic and financial conditions in order to enable young people to take part in political life and in economic life, and youth parliamentarianism is developed, and there is coordination between young people and parliament. We have the student board that has been set up, and boards on national education have been set up as well. A number of events have therefore taken place to improve the quality of higher education. Together with the International Reconstruction Bank, we developed a project for higher education in the Belarusian Republic. Students' movement, the movement of teachers, the creation of the National Agency for Higher Education have all point to the effort to improve the quality of higher education. And so a lot of work has been done also for inclusiveness, the inclusiveness of higher education. And we are now developing the project on digital universities to promote online learning, which is obviously very topical, especially this year, where this method has been adopted in order to provide education in the presence of COVID-19. And so we confirm our intention to support all of the principles of the communique that is going to be accepted today, approved today, and we hope that we can continue to cooperate in the future for sustainable and stable development.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, on behalf of our Minister of Education, Mr. Ben Weits, I want to share with you some important topics for Belgium Flemish community. In current difficult times, we need to increase access to continuous learning for all learners regardless of age or experience. Therefore, we have to create flexible and open learning paths in a lifelong learning context, using the tools that innovation gives us. I am convinced that the massive switch towards forms of online and blended learning will turn into an opportunity for the future. We have to create a sustainable learning model with an optimal blend of online and on-campus education offered with a guaranteed quality. In addition to flexible delivery of full degree programs, many of our Flemish higher education institutions offer or plan to offer smaller units of learning, micro-credentials. We have to define, develop and implement them, taking into account the Bologna tools to facilitate easier recognition and to ensure their quality and value. Therefore, Flanders is leading the Microbol project. Together with our partners and members of more than 40 countries and organizations, we are exploring whether and how the tools can be used or need to be adapted. Flexible learning paths will also facilitate the access to higher education for different groups of learners. We have to work towards inclusive learning environments in which every student feels connected. This is essential not only for the mental well-being of students, but also for their study success. Finally, I would like to stress the importance of quality assurance, which really forms the basis for trust among our systems, international cooperation, recognition, and mobility. We are ready to further engage ourselves in this respect and continue to take a leading role within the Bologna Peer Support Group for quality assurance. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry that we cannot meet today due to a crisis, but I'm really grateful for this opportunity to exchange about new challenges we are facing due to the crisis. And one of them, of course, is the fact that we have to invent new ways of teaching, be innovative, be creative. As somebody said one day, never let a good crisis go to waste, and I think he was right. What we need to do today is to support our teachers so that they improve their teaching method. We also need to support our students so that they can be included in the whole process. We need to trust our values, our fundamental value that we all share, such as academic freedom, participation of students to governance bodies, and inclusive education. Thank you very much. I hope we will all have very fruitful exchanges today.
Dear participants of the conference, I am honored to greet you on behalf of the delegation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. 21 years have passed since the adoption of the Bologna Declaration. Today, unfortunately, the whole world is coping with the consequences caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Education is facing great challenges. Higher education is required to respond urgently to the challenges of unemployment, demographic change, economic and political crisis. With the adoption of the Rome Communique, we expressed our determination to work together to strengthen the European area of higher education to help our society in these difficult moments. The implementation of the Roma Communique core values remains a priority for Bosnia and Herzegovina on its path to full integration into the European higher education area. The task of the Ministry of Civil Affairs is to encourage education authorities and the academic community to continue working towards this goal. I am glad that we emphasized the importance of institutional autonomy and academic freedoms in the communique. The participation of students in the management of higher education is especially pleasing. Strengthening transparency, ethics, and integrity through education and research will further enhance academic freedoms. Undoubtedly, numerous initiatives of programs and various international organizations provide key support in the development of qualifications, frameworks, mobility, capacity building, improvement of mutual recognition, development of cooperation in quality assurance. All of these strengthens confidence in our education systems. The dialogue between the government and higher education has no alternative. Finally, I welcome San Marino as the 49th member of the Bologna process. I believe that only through joint efforts with a common vision of an inclusive, innovative, interconnected, interactive European higher education area will be able to meet the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Let us continue to build together an inclusive, innovative, and interconnected European higher education area. I wish all of you good health and success in the work of this conference. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, my fellow ministers, there are three main messages that I would like to share with you today. First, an optimistic vision of the European higher education area in 2030, and I believe that we must continue with the enforcement of our three key Bologna commitments. This is important to build trust, foster greater mobility of students and staff, enable more intensive and sustainable cooperation. Secondly, as we are committed to offer all learners equitable opportunities, we need to continue our efforts in removing barriers that keep parts of the society outcast and vulnerable, and support groups of students with different backgrounds in completing their study and education. Digitalization has huge potential for development, but it can create even more profound gaps for unprivileged students. Therefore, it is essential that we find ways in which all learners can benefit from those new technologies. At last but not least, I would like to emphasize the indispensable role that universities play in the steering national innovation capacities and economic development. As it is underlined in the Rome Ministerial communiqué, the future of the European higher education area greatly depends on the social, human, and creative science and arts. However, universities exist and function in their particular local, regional, and national environment. Therefore, they need to engage with their communities in undertaking social, responsible, joint activities, but keeping in mind essential Bologna idea. With this last message, I wish you all and your families to stay healthy.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Presidency, dear co-chairs, Commissioner, for me it's a great pleasure to address today the Rome Conference. It's an amazing story, already 21 years of our cooperation, and we reached really a lot. The achievements we made set not only the higher education in the core of our agenda, but it also recognized the importance of sharing, value-sharing practices and sharing standards in higher education. And now more than ever, we see how important it is to reaffirm our commitment in the modernization of universities, but also bringing them back in their core importance and inherent in the economy of our societies, because without universities, without investing more in modernization and without investing in research, we won't be able to meet the challenges linked to the recovery of this crisis we are all in now, but also challenges that we meet in the future. Bulgaria fully commits and accepts the principles in the Roma Declaration, and we are very happy to see that our main principles that we set during the Bulgarian presidency of the EU for innovative and inclusive education area are here also in the communiqué, because apart from innovation and investments, we need also to be inclusive and to have everyone on board. Only through uniting the more critical masses will be able to share across borders the standards of teaching education, and of course to diffuse and to spread even more the quality assurance. And one of the best instruments for this is the peer partnering. I'm very proud that the Commissioner Gabriel also reaffirmed her firm support to this instrument today. And last but not least, let me join all the voices before me who address the values and the principles that are keeping the Bologna process together. These are trust and democratic values. And we recently adopted the Bonn Declaration, and I'm happy that today we reaffirmed that we should support the universities and we should take care for their academic
freedom. We shouldn't forget this. So I'm very happy once again to be today with you and looking forward to collaborate on this ambitious action plan. Thank you.
Dear all, it is a real pleasure to participate in this online meeting and to discuss topics of increasingly vital interest for the European higher education area. Regional diversity and complex cultural developments, financial crisis, demographic changes, as well as challenges arising from undesirable developments such as the pandemic and other issues that adversely affect the world, and specifically our area, define the environment in which Cyprus higher education has to operate. Cyprus puts special emphasis on inclusiveness in higher education. This goal is already included in our ministry strategic plan, and governmental financial help is given to students coming from low socioeconomic backgrounds so as to ensure participation to the higher education for all. Research, development and innovation constitute an integral part of the economic development target of Cyprus. Therefore, we invest on upgrading existing and develop new research infrastructure, involving enterprises in research and innovation activities, and increase their financial contribution to research and development. Furthermore, we support the institutions of higher education in order to enhance their contribution within the framework of their academic work and research to the solutions of problems faced by the modern world, with emphasis, of course, to the problems faced in the local society. Our ministry supports the learning mobility for students, academic staff, and researchers who are actively involved in EU-funded mobility and research programs. Furthermore, we have implemented reforms in higher education on the basis of common European key values and goals. Thank you.
Dear Chair, Ministers, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, people now live, study and work in uncertain times, which is caused by the pandemic of COVID-19. In this period of time, more than ever, the role of higher education institutions should be to find the solutions on how to help students to cope and become more resilient in their lives. Innovation is necessary and stay resilient during each crisis. Leveraging the ability to innovate, the institutions and individuals prove to be more adaptable and able to recover faster. That is why I appreciate the innovative direction of European area of higher education that is presented and declared in the Roma Ministerial Communique. One of the priorities of Czechia is to encourage the higher education institutions to focus on the innovative approach to teaching, inventive design of study programs, and introduction of the flexible forms of teaching and learning, such as blended learning. Special emphasis needs to be put on student-centered approach, which aims to learners and their needs and helps to develop learner autonomy and independence. I'm convinced that this concept will help us in the future to ensure that students will gain specific and relevant qualifications and competencies which are applicable in the lifelong learning process, labor market involvement, and active participation in the society. At the same time, high-quality teaching approaches enable them to critically and creatively face the new challenges and turn every crisis into opportunity for our civilization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to virtually meet you again. Looking from the perspective of our last gathering 2 years ago, as societies and economies, we live in a different world. These are trying times. As we are cut off from each other, we need for a strong higher education area within Europe more than ever. I am glad to share Estonian perspective and ideas with you today. we can certainly recognize the efforts that we have made together in a higher education area, common architecture of higher education qualification, common approach to quality assurance, common approach to recognition, and paying attention to the social dimension and the pedagogical aspects in higher education. But our new reality demands new ways of thinking and acting at both institutional and national level, as well as on individual level. I believe that you will all agree with me when I say that issues like social inclusion, digital solutions in the learning and teaching process, new technologies and student-centered learning, support measures to guarantee fundamental values and rights, and the respect for academic freedom is now being put in a new light, where the needs and expectations are very high. For these reasons, we must commit to acting to the following principles. Nobody is left behind. Higher education institutions will be supported in operating like a beacon of a society and leading the way of innovation and research-based knowledge while contributing to economic and social development. And shared fundamental values and human rights in academia are protected. We must not forget that only open and free society provides best opportunity for the development for their citizens. Thank you for your kind attention.
Set a future-proof vision and ambitious goals for our common European higher education area. I believe that social inclusion and openness are key things for the future of European higher education. We need to step up our actions. Finnish government will draw up an accessibility plan for higher education with clear national guidelines and targets. Our goal is to facilitate access to education and to boost the participation rate of the underrepresented groups. In this work, principles and guidelines to strengthen the social dimension is a valuable document. Further, we need to find new ways to increase the openness in our education systems. All Finnish higher education institutions have committed to open up the national education data. That supports the development of personal learner paths throughout the lifetime. Colleagues, I would like to stress that successful and meaningful European higher education area protects and promotes our fundamental values. In Europe, there are also worrying signs and examples of violations of academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and rights of students and staff. This is not acceptable, and we now need concrete actions to defend our fundamental values. Finland fully supports these efforts in our future work. Thank you.
Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier l'Italie pour l'organisation de cette conférence ministérielle de Rome.
To thank Italy for having organized the Rome Ministerial Conference after the Paris meeting in 2018. The health crisis has exceptional social and economic consequences. It makes societies fragile. The world crisis needs a worldwide response. A united Europe and a decided Europe needs to give its response, and we need to promote innovation in order to help solve this crisis. crisis, but also to shape the new generations so that they may face the challenges of tomorrow. 2030 must be looked at with optimism. We need to promote a sustainable and solid Europe based on solidarity, consolidating higher education, which respects institutional autonomy in order to ensure everyone's success through the democratization of access to study and ongoing education, promote research that should be interconnected, especially with the European universities. These alliances rooted in the territory will strengthen the synergy between teaching, research and innovation and services for society. They will remove obstacles to the movement of students and researchers and be able to reach or achieve the European Charter for students. France strengthens dialogue and cooperation with the rest of the world. Dear colleagues, the responsibility that we have towards the future generations leads us to renew the teachings and higher education within the European area, which must be inclusive, interconnected and open to the world.
Of quality education and the development of human capital.
Il governo della Georgia ha dichiarato il nostro impegno a aumentare il finanziamento del pubblico dell'istruzione fino al 6% del PIL. La pandemia ha dimostrato quanto sia importante investire nell'istruzione per garantire lo sviluppo sostenibile e la ripresa economica. Quindi
and the Bologna process to create inclusive, innovative and interconnected higher education system. The ministry spares no effort to ensure equal access to higher education and to introduce innovative approaches and student-centered teaching mechanisms. Universities in Georgia are strongly supported to use digital technologies and blended methods for learning. A spectacular example in terms of higher education and science internationalization efforts is Kutaisi International University, which will become leading provider of scientific and educational services and a vital contributor of developments in the region. We have directed our efforts towards a long path of becoming Erasmus Plus program country. At the same time, we are deeply interested to explore the possibilities of becoming part of European universities' alliances, promoting European values and boosting competitiveness of European higher education. Our consistent policy measures pave the way to Georgia's full membership in ENCA. Committing ourselves to supporting democratic mission of higher education institutions, ensuring social inclusion, improving access and supporting universities to develop synergies between education, research and innovation is essential for success. Thank you.
Pandemic crisis that affects all aspects of our societies. European universities quickly responded to the challenge. In Greece, during the spring semester, over 96% of the courses were successfully offered online. In these turbulent times we are going through, higher education carries the opportunity and responsibility to support learners in becoming active, critical, and responsible citizens. Key factors to achieve this high goal are first, academic and scientific freedom and integrity. Second, engagement of all groups of stakeholders. There's no chance that in our delegation included the president of the Hellenic Higher Education Authority, the Hellenic NARIC, and the Erasmus Student Network. Third, close cooperation between European institutions. In Greece, we are establishing a strong culture of quality assurance and excellence. We supported, through reforms, a number of significant reforms were introduced during the past 16 months. We strengthened the role of the Higher Education Authority, which is responsible for quality assurance and strategic planning. We linked funding of universities to their evaluation. We increased the autonomy, supported the internationalization efforts of Greek higher education institutions, and we plan to support them also financially. Approximately 1/3 of the Greek universities participate in the European Universities Initiative. We reduced bureaucracy in the management of research programs so that our universities are effective and will be better integrated in the European research area. We are elaborating further reforms to facilitate the openness and internationalization of Greek higher education, and we are also planning to modernize the framework for recognition of academic degrees and qualifications. All these reforms confirm Greece's commitment to the European higher education area. Thank you.
La Santa Sede, tramite la Congregazione per l'Educazione Cattolica come
Holy See, as competent authority, congratulates you for the 20 years of the Bologna Declaration. Today's meeting is an opportunity for confirming the willingness of the Catholic Church to continue its cooperation and active participation in the implementation of this historic initiative and to continue its cooperation in the European higher education area. As the Rome Communique states, these meetings are an opportunity for confirming the values of inclusiveness, scientific research, and the integration of education, respect for differences, the search for truth, science without idea, and maintaining the bridges, especially in these moments of political clashes. The Holy See promotes all this through its educational work that was renewed by Pope Francis, who, in the educational area, as we know, launched the initiative of a global educational pact with which he addresses the protagonists of education to converge and cooperate in the integral education of individuals, avoiding fragmentation. So we hope that we can continue with these proposals in spite of the limits posed by the pandemic, which, as Pope Francis stated, has highlighted even more the weaknesses present in the current world, where without radical change leads many young people to be excluded from the process of their growth, the growth to which they have a right and to which they are entitled to. Thank you, and I wish you all the best in your work.
Dear chairpersons, dear head of secretariat, dear ministers, dear colleagues, I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to every single person as well as to the BFUG secretariat who have made possible, despite the challenging circumstances, the organization of the 2020 European Higher Education Area Ministerial Conference. On behalf of Hungary, I reaffirm our commitment to developing a more inclusive, innovative, interconnected and resilient European higher education area. For Hungary, inclusiveness also means that we focus efforts and resources on native and foreign-born students. Our commitment to the internationalization of Hungarian higher education has facilitated learning and teaching innovation and improved the key competencies of our students and academic staff. Quality enhancement of higher education trainings and services is the cornerstone of the successful higher education life path. In this respect, the European higher education area needs to further develop and strengthen our Euro-wide standards and guidelines. Hungary is looking forward to participate in the implementation of the goals expressed in the Rome Ministerial Communique. Young people are key to our future and the valuable assets of the Hungarian higher education area could and should be utilized for investing in them. Thank you for your kind attention.
Ministers and other colleagues, for the last 2 decades, we've been working together in order to promote higher education system. This cooperation has allowed us and our students and everyone in the education system to be able to move freely across countries in order to seek higher education. We've all agreed that this has been a really successful journey. But unfortunately, not all countries have implemented the necessary reforms in order to allow this dream to come fully true. So I encourage all my colleagues that have not implemented the necessary reforms to do so, because this is for the future. If we do this together, this will allow us and the future to be more dynamic and more productive and successful. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be here with you today, representing Ireland as its first Minister for Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science. I welcome the Rome Communiqué. I believe it sets out a wide-ranging and ambitious agenda for the future of the EHEA, one that Ireland fully supports. Our higher education institutions have the potential to drive radical change. This potential must be harnessed to meet not only the challenges of COVID-19, but also the needs of our societies for the future. This can be supported by what I see as one of the key objectives of the communiqué, the development of new and more diverse approaches to learning through innovative modes of delivery. Real student-centred learning is about offering adaptable, open pathways to lifelong learning. It should be our aim to have available smaller, more flexible units of learning, provided at a pace and at a place to meet the needs of different students. In meeting this objective, we can make our systems both more inclusive and responsive to a wider and more diverse student cohort. The Bologna process is a clear representation of the enormous benefits that come from our countries and our systems working closely together. The European Universities Initiative now provides us with a new model of collaboration in which learning, studying and research are not hampered by borders. I believe in the urgency of embracing the digital future for higher education now and in strengthening our systems based on data. We must equip our students with the skills for a digital world and embrace the benefits and the opportunities provided by new technologies. We must take this opportunity to place a stronger emphasis on the utilisation of data to support and enhance quality assurance in higher education and to complement established peer review processes. It is my sincere hope that when we meet again in 2024, we can reflect on the many successes that began with this conference and this communiqué. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, Kazakhstan, as a member of the European higher education area, has been successfully implementing the parameters of Bologna process. We continue to implement the 3 key commitments made in Paris. The implementation of the national framework of qualification for higher education has been positive, and a self-certification report for its compatibility has been completed. We recognize that academic freedom is an important aspect for the quality of education. In this regard, we have already taken steps to expand the academic freedom of our universities. State support is provided to vulnerable and disadvantaged students for whom special grants are provided. We fully support the initiatives proposed in the communiqué to build an inclusive, innovative and interconnected European area for higher education and expanded research space in this regard. At the same time, we believe that the Bologna process shouldn't be limited only to the European region. We need to disseminate basic principles more widely. In this regard, we have proposed to the Central Asian countries to create a Central Asian area for higher education based on the Bologna process principles. The pandemic tells us that cooperation is a key aspect for a better future of our higher education systems and our societies. This will contribute to the strengthening of stability and security on our region. To discuss the practical aspects of this initiative, next year we plan to hold a conference of ministers of education and a forum of rectors of universities in Central Asia. We invite the members of the European higher education area to support this initiative. I wish all of you fruitful discussions.
Dear colleagues, we are living in a time of changes. At the same time, the confirmation of fundamental values of higher education, democracy and rule of law is crucial for the development of higher education and lives of young people in the future. I draw your attention to the situation in Belarus. Latvia will continue standing up for the sanction policy to be kept in place against the Belarusian officials, who are responsible for unjustified violence and repression of the part of law enforcement authorities and for falsifying election results. Latvia will continue supporting the Belarusian civil society. I would like to stress that mobility of students, academic staff and international cooperation between our universities based on mutual trust and fundamental values of higher education, it is essence of our cooperation in the whole Europe higher education area. I strongly support the initiated statement of Belarus by the co-chairs Germany and the United Kingdom. As a second point, I would like to mention the digitalization processes affecting higher education demanding new and innovative approaches. Digitalization will play a significant role for the learning and teaching process to management and international cooperation. Are we ready? Our students, being digital natives, are living in a digital environment. It is a challenge to provide high-quality higher education in the digital environment for all students. I will highly appreciate starting international cooperation and peer learning activities on digitalization process in higher education. I would say that this time is demanding, but it could be seen as an opportunity to find new solutions, protecting students' right to quality education now and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, and to being a part of civil society and democracy. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we must never forget that at the heart of higher education policy is the learner. I strongly believe that the aim of preparing learners to become active, critical and responsible citizens is our most important mission. It's up to us, policymakers, to ensure that this goal is achievable and that all members of our diverse society can become such learners. If higher education can achieve this, major societal change is achievable as well. Therefore, I am very happy that together with the communique today we are adopting principles and guidelines for social dimension of higher education and recommendations for improvement of teaching and learning. I think that both documents, along with the communique, will inspire our community to move forward. European higher education area has already achieved much for our systems to be more understandable and connected. What we decide today will bring them even closer and ensure that the students in our higher education institutions have even more opportunities. Thank you, dear colleagues.
I really wish to thank all ministers and their representatives for expressing their view in this first part of our roundtable. Now, we can take a break before the second part, but in the meantime, I would like to remind you that through the event portal, you can visit a virtual exhibition dedicated to the artistic heritage of the Italian Academy of Fine Arts and listening to a brief tribute concert dedicated to the memory of Maestro Ennio Morricone, played by the Symphonic Orchestra of the Italian Conservatories. Before leaving for the break, let me thank Maestro Michelangelo Pistoletto, one of the most important Italian artists, painter and sculptor, animator and protagonist of the Arte Povera movement. This event and our logo was born under the sign of his third paradise. The two lateral circles, symbols of otherness, diversity and individuality, meet and generate a larger circle in the middle. They represent a space for exchange of creative synthesis and unity. The third paradise, it is a symbol of rebirth and of continuous construction of a dynamic unit between different people who wish to cooperate to create a larger and more inclusive common space, a space for decision and responsibility, capable of generating wellness for everyone. On the website, you will also find more details on Maestro Pistoletto and his works. So, thank you so much for your time, and we will meet again online starting at 11:30 Central European Time. Welcome back for the second part of our virtual roundtable, where the remaining countries will share with us their vision. Let me briefly recall that you will have 2 minutes. The sequence will follow the alphabetic order of the country name, with the last 2 contributions from the Council of Europe and UNESCO. We are now ready to proceed with the second part of the Ministerial Roundtable.
Ministers, dear national delegations, dear representatives from the European higher education area. It is my pleasure and great honor to address a few words to you in my function as Luxembourg Minister for Higher Education and Research. The special times we have been living in for the last 8 or more months have shown and confirmed in a unique way the importance of communication and unity at national and international level. Seeing you today, although only in a virtual space, illustrates how important it is to all of us to come together and exchange on what matters most in our area of competence, to share best practices, keep each other updated, and to maintain to the highest possible degree the good spirit of international collaboration and the quality of our higher education. Nearly everything has become digital since the beginning of this sanitary crisis. Mobility has seen unparalleled challenges, and growing cooperation between sectors and countries has helped through these fast-changing times with daily new challenges, especially at social level. These are 3 key areas that I would like to underline here and continue to support in the future: digitalization, mobility, and the social dimension in higher education. Seeing nations moving closer together and exchanging to an extraordinary extent offers hope that after these times of uncertainty, new energy and creativity can be put into reviving interregional and international mobility. The exit of the United Kingdom from the European Union forces us all to adjust to a new political picture of Europe. Coming from a country in which still 80% of high school graduates choose to study abroad, I am aware that this major change, combined with the sanitary crisis, will require mid- and long-term adaptations in the area of mobility for pupils, students, as well as researchers. But I'm convinced that together we are strong and able to bring our higher education systems back to normal, or forward to a safer new normal in which no one is left behind. Dear colleagues, dear national representatives, thank you and take care.
Greetings from Malta. The European higher education area has brought its members a long way towards achieving the ambitions of the Sorbonne Declaration of 1998 and the Bologna Declaration of 1999. Malta has been a proponent of the Bologna process from the very first days of its inception and has benefited directly from the objectives that were set in terms of the recognition of qualifications, quality assurance of education programs, and the mobility of students. The Ministerial Communiqué provides evidence of the progress made in our ambitions for higher education and that EHEA is ready to take on new challenges. Higher education has evolved rapidly to respond to the global pandemic, nudging it to develop its capacity overnight in delivering learning by remote at an unprecedented speed. Malta welcomes initiatives promoted in the Ministerial Communiqué, which call for a higher degree of interconnectedness among EHEA member countries, whereby digital solutions will enhance the process of recognition, quality, and mobility. Malta is committed to continuing to work relentlessly with the member states of the European higher education area and to strengthening the Bologna process even further in the years to come. I do not wish to take much of your time, but I would like to conclude by wishing to thank you all for this opportunity and wish you a very fruitful conference.
Уважаемые участники конференции, дамы и господа, позвольте мне от имени Министерства образования
Distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, on behalf of the Ministry for Education, Culture and Research of the Moldovan Republic, to express our support to higher education and our political will to consolidate the success of the Bologna process. We are rising up to the global challenge of unemployment, poor financial resources intended for education, migration that has an impact on the social system. All these problems have also deteriorated because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we need to carry out actions in order to improve the lack of qualified teachers, the need for digital technologies, development of new energy sources, and also this has to be correlated to the needs of the labor market. Some priorities for our republic on which we have been focusing since the Paris conference of 2018. We kept focusing our efforts on the quality and preparation of human resources, quality of teaching, and the priorities of universities. Special attention was given to teaching that is student-centered, inclusiveness in higher education. For the future, Moldova wishes to emphasize the importance of interdisciplinary curricula. We firmly believe that in order to ensure quality, we need to build trust and to enhance mobility, as well as the mutual recognition in the framework of the European space. And we also support the idea that in order to have internationalization of economic and social relations, education policies need to lead to the consolidation of the economy. And in this regard, the synergy within university education is a milestone for our republic. And so in this regard, we should also point out that in our country, new funding was approved for education, higher education. They are based on the efficiency and on meritocracy. I would like to stress that global cooperation between universities and our countries and between policymakers leads to comparability, compatibility and convergence of our higher education systems. Thank you.
The pandemic is making us face facts. None of us can tackle the current challenges alone. We need international cooperation and solutions. But there's good news. Our higher education system and the Bologna process can help us make this happen. In this respect, two aspects are essential for the Netherlands. First, inclusiveness and diversity in our higher education system. Facing up to the challenges of today requires diversity of culture, of thought and of approach. Significant steps have been taken in this regard thanks to the Bologna process. However, still today, not everyone has equal access and equal opportunities. This is why I am calling for us to work together to create more blended and virtual activities. This will help us to ensure that even more students can benefit from the added value of internationalization, even when traveling is not an option. Second, I am convinced that academic freedom is of vital importance to every democracy. Students, lecturers and researchers must be free to say, study and investigate whatever they wish. This freedom is not self-evident. It must be defended every single day. This is why I am calling on the government of Belarus to cease all violence against civilians and to commit to a peaceful and inclusive national dialogue that does justice to the democratic will of the people. Unfortunately, I see that academic freedom is also suffering in other places in the European higher education area. I therefore underscore the Rome Ministerial Communiqué definition and the first elaboration in the annex. Thank you for your attention.
We base our vision on the achievement of past 20 years since the signing of the Bologna Declaration, on our unique cooperation built on trust, where public authorities and higher education stakeholders work together to define and achieve shared goals. For resilience of our higher educational system, we consider that one of the best ways is to rely to the vision for interconnected, innovative and inclusive higher education in the coming decade. Innovative, because it shall introduce new and better aligned learning, teaching and assessment methods and practices closely linked to research. The social, human and creative science and arts, as is proposed in Roma Communique, should continue to play their vital role, giving depth to our lives and enabling us to understand and act in changing world. Our higher education institutions must engage with their communities to undertake mutual, beneficial and socially responsible joint activities and with developing solutions to contribute to sustainable and resilient economies and societies. Our commitment to follow adopted recommendation for national authorities for enhancement of higher education learning and teaching, as well as the recognition, the achievements of academic staff, including junior academics and non-teaching staff, make us certain to believe that higher education will respond properly as always in the history.
Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my deepest sympathies to France and Austria for the recent tragic events. These events are a reminder of the importance of strengthening and protecting our values and our way of life. Tremendous efforts have been made to transform our higher educational system and establish and further develop the European higher education area. And today, we take our work one step further when we adopt our communiqué with principles and guidelines on the social dimensions, recommendations on teaching and learning, but most importantly, a statement on academic freedom. Freedom of thought and freedom of expression are fundamental principles in any democracy. And nowhere in a well-functioning democratic society should these principles be more apparent than at the higher educational institutions. Independent and critical thinking should be encouraged at our institutions rather than curbed, as these are important arenas for challenging established truths as well as sometimes present rulers. Restrictions should not be put in place with regard to academic freedom and institutional autonomy. No mechanism should exist at our institutions that would prevent critical voices from reaching the surface. The fundamental values have been challenged recently in several of our countries, causing us to realize that we cannot take the existence of these values for granted. We have committed repeatedly to support and protect the rights of students and staff in exercising their right to academic freedom without fear of reprisal. In this regard, I express my deep concern for the current situation in Belarus. The recent violation of these fundamental rights in Belarus is simply unacceptable. In our communiqué, we reaffirm our commitment to promoting and protecting our shared fundamental values in the entire EHEA. And dear colleagues, I sincerely hope and expect that these will be upheld by all of us and continue to be hallmarks of the European higher education area. We must continue our cooperation to further develop a European higher education area where students, staff and graduates can move freely between our countries to study, teach and carry out research. Thank you for your kind attention.
Onorevoli ministri e gentili partecipanti della
Honourable ministers, by taking part in this meeting, I would like to pay attention to our universities, an important place for the formation of young people's personalities in all of their dimensions, not only for achieving educational qualifications, but also for participating in social life and therefore for taking on civil responsibilities and therefore promote social development. It is extremely important for universities to be places where values are handed down and where open-mindedness be promoted. The education of younger generations is the main task of universities. In this regard, today there is a great need for support to be given to the universities by the European higher education area. But we must also defend this task, as is done currently by students and teachers in Belarus. And therefore we must take an active action. The current pandemic points to the need for closer cooperation also in the area of scientific research and the exchange and sharing of experiences in order to find solutions to the health, economic and social problems. In all this, the medical schools play an important role. I thank them for all they have done so far. In my opinion, right now, a key issue is the adequate training and constant improvement of university teachers, both with regard to their skills, IT skills, but also their ability to demand the most from their students, inducing them also to learn how to use artificial intelligence. We need, obviously, adequate tools to ensure the digitalization of teaching methods and so on, and they won't have a positive impact on students if they're not supported also by direct contact with the teachers. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that for each and every one of us, we should all pay attention to the weaker layers of society who need our support, the disabled, for instance, and also the underprivileged. Amongst these people, often there are true geniuses, people who know how to concentrate not only on the outcome of their actions, but also on how their actions have an impact on the people they're addressed to. I thank you for your attention.
We live unprecedented times all over the world, and particularly in Europe, for higher education. But don't forget that less than 50% of our youngsters are actively engaged in education. So we need to engage more and more students. We need better and more diversified learning systems of higher education, and we need networks of institutions. European universities are particularly critical for joint recruitment, for joint students, for joint training, and particularly to create an European nature in our youngsters and in future generations. We must believe and ask others to believe more and more in higher education, and that should be the main task of our ideas and our policies for higher education throughout Europe, keeping a diversified system throughout Europe, but particularly articulated through networks of higher education.
Ministro Manfredi. Illustri colleghi.
Dear Minister Manfredi, colleagues and students, by looking at the future, we see that we are committed to supporting the development of a European higher education area that should be inclusive, innovative, and interconnected. An area where our fundamental values can be respected and enhanced to the advantage of the entire academic community and of entire society. So the government actions must continue to be guided by the need to ensure equity and inclusion in higher education of great quality. Our universities must be encouraged to be more open to new types of students and to new contents. This complex process must be based on the full use of all opportunities offered by digitalization and by the innovative technologies. Now, I am convinced that we can create an effective and efficient structure so that the universities may draw advantages from inclusion and innovation. I am confident that through cooperation and through dialogue, we will be in a position to reach our goals, our common goals. So, thank you for your attention.
Сторона приветствует участников конференции министров Европейского пространства высшего образования.
I would like to welcome all the participants of the conference, and I would like to thank Italy for the high level of organization of this new format of the conference. In signing the Bologna Declaration 20-odd years ago, we have committed to the creation of a single European higher education area. And countries in recent years have led to an opening of their educational systems based on confidence, trust, and there has been a constant self-analysis of monitoring that has led to progress in the implementation of the reforms agreed upon and on the harmonization of higher education systems. The instruments that ensure comparability of education systems facilitate the expansion of the training possibilities and the quality of education. I would like to point out that the formalization of implementation must be ensured by these countries, considering the situation in domestically in their own country. We have problems with the coronavirus, and therefore we are at a crossroads. The pandemic has led to adjustments in the national educational systems, changing the direction of the global agenda on education. Russia fully endorses the contents of the final communique, which contains ideas and food for thought to improve multilateral cooperation.
Cari colleghi ministri,
dear colleagues and ministers, Minister Manfredi, who is chairing this important conference. Well, from San Marino, I would like to express my best greetings and my thanks for the words, the kind words in welcoming San Marino to this group of countries. And I thank all the ministers for the best wishes they have given to San Marino for its participation in this important group. I would also like to thank the BFUG that has enabled us to take part in this ministerial conference, and also the other colleagues. We are a small state, but we are honored to take part in this ministerial conference and in taking part in the European higher education area. Now, achieving this goal has enabled our university to be recognized and to increase the mobility of our students, our teachers, and the administrative staff and researchers, and ensure full participation of students in the governance processes of our university. In addition, this project is absolutely in line with the greater European integration that the Republic of San Marino has undertaken in recent years, and it demonstrates once again that the world of culture and university moves faster than politics, and it achieves great results also at the international level. Even though our university is a recent one, it was set up in 1985, in the last few years we have expanded considerably. In fact, we have 4 times as many students as we had only a few years ago. The quality of our teaching is also very high, and we also have a number of postgraduate curricula attended by students from all over the world. And being part of the Association of European Universities, participating in Erasmus Plus and other research areas is extremely important for us. In 1986, we signed the Cultural European Agreement, and in 2011, it also signed the Lisbon Convention. And we have reformed university education so that our system is now consistent and in line with the philosophy of the European higher education area. In recent months, we have been working on a new framework law on universities in order to be sure that by 2023 we will achieve the objectives set by BFUG. I would like to renew our enthusiasm once again in joining the European higher education area, and therefore with this I would like to express my best wishes for your work and thank you for your attention.
Distinguished fellow ministers, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I thank my Italian colleague, His Excellency Gaetano Manfredi, on the preparation and holding of this internet meeting that is adapted to the challenges imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important that in times of global crisis caused by the spreading of the pandemic, we confirm our common commitment to further development of a more inclusive, innovative and interconnected European higher education area. And therefore, Serbia will continue to provide full support to the prepared Rome communiqué. The current epidemiological situation has shown how vulnerable education is and has indicated the need for further investment in the digitalization of education in order to prevent potentially new challenges. Thanks to the Ministry's efforts in the field of digitalization of education, higher education in Serbia has, similarly to pre-university education, quickly responded to the challenges related to the spread of the virus and switched to online forms of teaching. The Ministry is working intensively with representatives of higher education institutions and students on developing solutions to the current crisis, but also to prepare conditions for recovery after the crisis. The Republic of Serbia will continue to invest in higher education to ensure that institutions have adequate resources for work and are fully prepared for the challenges that await us after the pandemic. During the crisis, we plan to work even more intensively on creating conditions for the smooth operation of higher education institutions, especially when it comes to preserving the quality of higher education. In the coming period, the Republic of Serbia is facing a significant process of drafting a new strategy for the development of education until 2027, which will confirm Serbia's permanent commitment to quality higher education, directly contributing to creating a society based on knowledge and innovation, social inclusion and justice. Also, Serbia will continue to further adjust its quality assurance system in higher education in order to further align with European standards and guidelines. Serbia is permanently committed to working with other members of the European higher education area to preserve the core values of higher education, democracy and the rule of law, in which sense Serbia fully supports the proposed communiqué. Many warm regards from Belgrade.
Dear ministers, dear colleagues, in the past 2 decades, the Bologna process has framed the national reforms in Slovakia. Our cooperation within the European higher education area inspires us as we strive to reimagine higher education for a post-COVID-19 era. Currently, we plan further reforms in the system of academic governance. We aim to support academic freedoms and strengthen institutional autonomy, and at the same time increase the openness in the decision-making procedures of academic institutions to the public interest, needs and control. Autonomous universities listening to the public demand and balancing their autonomy with responsibility will provide a cornerstone for the society resilience to unexpected events and challenges such as was the COVID crisis. Readability and flexibility in responses to the evolving needs of the society will further foster and increase innovation in learning, teaching, and research. As outlined in the vision of the European higher education area, we advocate for innovative universities with aligned learning, teaching, and which are linked to research. In the phase of dealing with the challenges of the pandemic, we realized that previously we have not fully drawn upon the benefits of the digital world. It is the call to modernize higher education in Slovakia. We need to broaden the diversity of learners, diversify the learning environment, and employ digital tools more extensively. Thus, we support the laid out vision for 2030, and we look forward to a new decade of working together. Thank you for the attention.
Dear all, allow me to begin by saying that Slovenia fully supports the priorities identified in the final draft of the Rome Communique. I trust that the inclusive, innovative, and interconnected European higher education area could support higher education institutions and strengthen their potential, addressing the challenges that our societies are facing today and will have to cope with in the next decade. At the same time, I welcome the envisaged further actions for the implementation of the key Bologna commitments. In the second half of 2021, Slovenia will have chaired the Bologna follow-up group and hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union as well. Slovenia's presidency of the Council of the European Union in the higher education area will focus in particular on the higher education transformation agenda and the full role of the European universities initiatives. As a Bologna follow-up group chair, we shall work on the implementation of the Bologna follow-up group work plan until the Bologna Ministerial Conference in 2024. In both its future roles and hopefully supported by the joint working structures, Slovenia would like to emphasize the synergies and connections that transcend specific policy areas, disciplines, sectors, and state borders, and especially unites different stakeholders in pursuit of our common goals. By adopting the Rome Communique, we can advance the Bologna agenda, and I trust that by joining our forces, we will make further progress in realizing the European higher education area. I wish us all the best in doing so, and of course, I wish you to stay healthy and well. Goodbye, and thank you very much.
El proceso de Bologna creó las condiciones institucionales.
The Bologna process has led to the creation of the European higher education area and to the adoption of new measures to deal with all the dangers of this century. We have seen that we must be constantly on the move in order to adapt and adapt to the problems of the moment. Today, we have understood that there is also a new dimension in the Bologna process. That is, we must share common standards for digital education, for online teaching, which enables us to extend our education resources, but it also helps us learn to adapt to emergencies. So that we can go ahead together, so that there aren't two types of teaching, an online one which is of high quality and another of lesser quality. Thank you.
Students and teachers, I would like to thank the Bologna Secretariat for organizing this meeting despite the challenges caused by the pandemic. These are truly difficult times in which cooperation is more important than ever before. Education is a driving force for jobs, social justice, and an active citizenship. And right now, it is time to invest in our universities to meet the current crisis. In Sweden, we are expanding higher education. an inclusive educational system that contributes to equalizing social differences and fights gender inequality is central to the competitiveness and welfare of our countries. I welcome the Rome Communiqué. It puts spotlight on essential matters: digitalization, social inclusion, and the Sustainable Development Goals. We are all aware of the anti-democratic tendencies we can meet in too many countries. It is a wise step to define academic freedom as suggested in the communiqué. Let me be clear, I am in full support of the vision that we respect and support the fundamental values of higher education. This in turn is based on the respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Our commitment as ministers to uphold institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and the participation of students and staff in higher education governance is of utmost importance. Let me conclude with referring to where I started, with the work to increase cooperation. To succeed in this task, we need to work both on a European and a national level. We as ministers are taking an important step when signing the communiqué. However, much of the progress is also dependent on our own work as member states. So let's work together to strengthen our work on an international and national level. Thank you.
The three pillars of the European higher education area's vision of the future, to build an inclusive, innovative and interconnected EHEA, are key points also for Switzerland. Allow me to focus on one aspect in each area. First, higher education institutions in Switzerland traditionally enjoy a high level of autonomy. In my view, this autonomy must be preserved at all costs. I'm confident that we can successfully shape our higher education area through an ongoing dialogue between all parties involved. Second, innovative teaching concepts are in demand as never before, particularly in the current pandemic where face-to-face teaching has become rare. Promoting digitalization, especially in and by the higher education sector, is the right way forward. We consider it a logical step that cooperation between academic teaching and research be strengthened at the European level. Third, international exchange in education and research is extremely important. However, full and easy mobility will only become a reality once the whole EHEA has met the three key commitments. We should continue with our efforts to implement these commitments in all member states, also in the light of new major priorities in the coming working period. To conclude, I would like to remind that Switzerland has always been strongly committed in the creation of a European research and education area. We intend to remain a major actor in this context by facilitating international exchanges and cooperation in the fields of higher education and research.
Dear Ministers, as the Deputy President of the Turkish Council of Higher Education, I would like to celebrate the 21st anniversary of the Bologna Declaration by highlighting our achievements and progress in the last 2 decades. As a full member of the European higher education area since 2001, Turkey has 207 higher education institutions, 8 million enrolled students, of whom 200,000 are international students. Firstly, during these extraordinary days in which the world is facing harsh challenge due to the coronavirus, the higher education ecosystems are also going through rough times. This presents us new challenges as well as new opportunities. For example, distance learning and digitalization in higher education has become crucial and inevitable. We need to rebuild and update our systems in order to enhance the quality of education. We should apply new measures to prevent educational gaps between the developed countries and the countries with low economic conditions. Secondly, as you all know, Turkey's contribution to refugees' higher education is higher than all other countries. When compared with Turkey's contributions, other countries' efforts remain symbolic. Expecting Turkey alone to pay the debt of humanity and carry the burden by herself raises questions on other countries' commitment to civilization. An initiative dealing with such issues should be launched as soon as possible. The third issue I want to raise is to increase the number of female academics, researchers, and citizens. Turkey has approximately 80,000 female academics, 50,000 female doctorate candidates, and 4 million female citizens. The participation and rate of women in higher education should be increased in other countries as well. Last but not least, I firmly believe that quality education is not peculiar to some certain regions and countries, that science is not a power but a value, and the success in mass education will shape the world to become a better place for everyone, with my all respect.
Dear Excellencies, it is my pleasure as a Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine to deliver a welcome address from Acting Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine, Sergei Shkarlet. We are witnesses to the historic changes in economy and political, social development, science and education. The chaos we face now might be perceived as distributing the judgment, but there could be no better time to define that the European higher education area should jointly stand for. We are happy to see the fundamental values of higher education, democracy and the rule of law as central to the European higher education area vision. Our universities should continue to be driving forces towards peaceful, sustainable and fair societies. We support the crucial role higher education should play in meeting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030. The CDGs is our strategic priority, in line with the decree of the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and Ukraine is dedicated to achieving the set targets. Next decade should more profound and mutually beneficial partnerships among already 49 members of European higher education area, family inclusive, innovative and interconnected teaching and learning, equal access to cooperation mechanisms, brain circulation and digitally enhanced higher education environments should become our common priorities in the years to come. It is in our power to make these inspirations in reality. We might rightly be no restricted to our homes, but our ideas have no limits. United in diversity and solidarity, we are deeply committed to further implementation of the Bologna process. We welcome the adoption of the Rome Ministerial Communique 2020 and commit to contributing towards achieving our joint goals by 2030. Thank you very much.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the European higher education area has much to be proud of. We have broadly succeeded with structural reforms. Today, we will go from talking about the social dimension to adopting principles and guidelines. Public authorities, institutions, students, and staff work together. Structures are what we do. The purposes of higher education, preparing for democracy as well as the labor market, personal development, and the development of a broad advanced knowledge base are about why we do it. But our fundamental values are about who we are. When we established the EHEA, we took them for granted. Today we no longer can. In 2010, ministers traveled from Budapest to Vienna. 10 years later, a university traveled the same road, but without a return ticket. In some EHEA members, students and staff are attacked and their university threatened because they try to improve their societies. Since August, Belarus has broken essential parts of the roadmap with which it was admitted to the EHEA. Now we understand Belarus may even halt the recognition of foreign qualifications. As co-depository of the Lisbon Recognition Convention, the Council of Europe has requested clarification. Let us be clear. Commitments are not optional extras. There are ways, but there must be a will. The EHEA cannot be European in the absence of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. As we start our third decade, we have promises to keep and miles to go before we sleep.
sustainable transformation and inclusive growth depend on innovative and inclusive tertiary education systems. We first need a renewed global commitment to quality, inclusion and equity in higher education, a sector hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, with nearly 8 million students at risk of dropping out. All students, whatever their socioeconomic background, should have an equal opportunity to access and successfully complete their higher education process. To promote true lifelong learning, alternative pathways must be more systematically addressed in the future. Beyond this, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgency for partnership, a new kind of partnership, to develop inclusive online and blended learning solutions. Without them, we must say very clearly, disadvantaged students will continue to face discriminatory barriers and obstacles to their quality education. UNESCO's Global Education Coalition brings together today more than 150 partners, diverse partners from different domains and sectors, supporting countries in developing these kind of solutions, innovative solutions mostly. Secondly, higher education and research play a more important role than ever in today's globally interconnected and rapidly changing world. The Global Convention on the Recognition of Higher Education Qualifications stands to improve not only academic and professional mobility, which is a very important dimension, of course, but also to enhance international cooperation around contemporary current challenges. Thirdly, programs aligned with the Sustainable Development Agenda, the 2030 Agenda, will be more than ever critical to ensure that graduates are equipped, very well trained and ready to make informed decisions about their future. The SDGs as a whole, as an agenda, offer universities a global curriculum and content for research and learning. UNESCO encouraged the European higher education area to adopt a more cross-disciplinary approach, combining social sciences and the humanities with traditional hard sciences to foster sustainable development for the new normal.
I really wish to thank ministers, their representatives, as well as Council of Europe and UNESCO, who have spoken today, bringing their contribution. Thank you also for those who decided to use the Italian language for their intervention. Grazie mille. We are aware that our main task is focused on the real players of our education systems: students, researchers, professors, institutions, social partners, and quality assurance bodies. They are at the center of the process, and we need to recognize them as central role. I therefore give the floor to the representatives of the consultative member of the European Higher Education Area.
Grazie, Federico.
Thank you, Federico.
Dear colleagues, we all have been curious to listen to your statements on the Rome Communique and the future of the European higher education area. Now that you will adopt the communique shortly, we start a new phase in which the governments and the stakeholders will implement the visions, the ambitions and the goals of this communique. The stakeholders will now react, and as President of EQAR, the European Quality Assurance Register for Higher Education, the only formal institution founded through the Bologna process, I will moderate this live session in which the hopefully 6 stakeholder organizations will present their views on their roles in developing a qualitative and strong, resilient higher education area in Europe. I will give them the floor shortly, but let me first make 3 short introductory remarks. The first one is that we stakeholders are of the firm opinion that the 3 key commitments identified in Paris, a robust internal and external quality assurance system, the full recognition of each other's degrees, and the full adoption of the qualifications frameworks and ECTS are key for cooperation within our higher education area. We strongly support the peer learning method to fully implement these 3 key commitments in all countries, but your support that intense cooperation is vital for the development of the European higher education area. Cooperation is based on trust, on quality, respect for diversity, and therefore mobility, physical and virtual, curiosity, and a strong belief in interculturalism and internationalism are necessary. The stakeholders will do their utmost to promote and foster these. My third preliminary remark. We fully support the contextual and vital conditions to do so. The Sustainable Development Goals, the climate urgency, the need for greater diversity and inclusion, maintaining, guarding, and improving the fundamental democratic values. Stakeholders will take their responsibilities in fostering these. Academic freedom and democratic values need to underpin our work. Otherwise, our structural reforms might become empty shells. These are our common messages. But each of the stakeholders has also its own message. And I will give them the floor now, hopefully starting with Maxime Cerruti, the Director of Social Affairs of Business Europe. But I was informed that there might be a problem with giving him the floor, but let's try. Business Europe, are you there somewhere in the cloud? Apparently they are not. Then it's time for the students. I hope that the students, which are the participants in and beneficiaries of higher education and favorites of almost all of us, are going to address you now. And I'm going to give the floor to Gohard Hovhannisyan, the President of the European Students' Union, who is going to address you now. Gohard, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Carl, and all dear colleagues. I hope you can all hear me well. Distinguished ministers, dear colleagues, in the midst of this ongoing pandemic, we enter with this conference to the 3rd decade of the Bologna process. The sudden and unprecedented impact of this pandemic just showed us how unprepared we were for this eventuality. We saw that the students' social support systems were non-existent or insufficiently provided. Our quality assurance was not flexible enough. Learning and teaching was not student-centered enough. Access needs of students were not taken into account enough. The line can go on and on. But how can we embrace these challenges and look at the opportunities that the pandemic has brought with it? All of us here today, and specifically you, distinguished ministers, have the opportunity to turn the words into practice and make a real impact. Today, together with the communiqué, we will be adopting a set of principles and guidelines to strengthen the social dimension, as well as a set of recommendations to continue improving learning and teaching in EHEA. In order to be useful and bring about change, the implementation of these documents needs to have your structured support, sufficient resources, and funding. Finally, I want to state with a concern that today we as a EHEA community are failing to collectively condemn the actions of the dictatorship in Belarus that threaten and violate the fundamental values our trust is built on. Today, we have a Belarusian student colleague in ESU's delegation joining us from an exile. We state that our colleagues, the students in Belarus, are forcefully restricted to exercise their rights of academic freedom and democratic participation. Only during the past week, our members in Belarus were persecuted, placed in KGB detention, and some were forced to leave the country due to the threat of violence and criminal prosecution. These cannot be allowed under any circumstances within the EHEA family. ESU and EUA have strongly reacted to this during the past month. Several ministers have already addressed this in their speeches. Thank you for that. And we urge you all ministers to send a strong message of your disagreement to this infringement of our fundamental values. We urge you all to commit towards monitoring the implementation of the fundamental values in Belarus and throughout all of the EHEA, to ensure we do not sit with our hands folded when grave human rights and academic freedom violations and atrocities are prospering among our neighboring countries. Thank you so much.
Do you want me to speak now? Ministers, delegates, distinguished guests, quality education and quality teaching are two sides of the same coin. And quality teaching is not possible without highly qualified and motivated teachers. Thus we, EIETVCE, which is the voice of teachers in Europe, appreciate that teachers as well as other staff members of higher education institutions are addressed clearly in the draft Rome communique. At the same time, we are worried. We are worried about the erosion of tenure and the growth of fixed-term contracts at higher education institutions across Europe. The trend to casualization and precarization of academic work throughout Europe undermines continuity and quality of teaching and research, and ultimately of studying and learning. Therefore, higher education teachers need permanent jobs for permanent tasks in teaching and research, job security, reliable career paths, and appropriate continuous professional development. Moreover, quality teaching requires the freedom of teaching and discussion, the freedom in carrying out research and publishing its results, the freedom to express opinions freely about the institution and system in which academics work, thus the right to academic freedom. Unfortunately, we have to take note of obvious and serious violations of academic freedom in Europe in the recent years, such as in Turkey, Hungary, and most recently Belarus. You have heard just now what the ESU representative pointed out. Ministers in charge of higher education in Europe, we ask you to recognize that threats to academic freedom exist. We call on you to protect and promote academic freedom. We urge you to strengthen democratic participation, collegial governance, and social dialogue as part of the strategy to safeguard academic freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, along with students, the teachers are crucial actors in the classrooms, in online courses, and in the institutions. Let's shift them to the center of the European higher education area. Let's make supportive environments as well as equal opportunities for both students and teachers happen.
Thank you, Andreas Keller, the Vice President of Education International, European Trade Union Committee for Education. Andreas, if you are still there, I would like to ask you, because your staff, your teachers have done an enormous job during the COVID-19 pandemic. Could you elaborate a little bit on how did they cope with this, with the challenges? You have probably an overview of what happened in Europe, what happened in the universities, in secondary education maybe, and the University of Applied Sciences. Could you give an answer to that question, please?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Chair, for this crucial question. Indeed, the challenges caused by the current COVID-19 crisis are tremendous. For institutions, for students, but of course for the academics. A lot of unresolved problems have emerged during the crisis, such as a lack of training on digital skills and IT tools, data protection, intellectual property rights. Online teaching had a huge impact on workload of staff, particularly on colleagues who had to balance and have to balance their remote work and care responsibilities. Some institutions became incapable of paying their own staff, resulting in dismissals. Therefore, we call on European governments to guarantee sustainable public investment in higher education and research to ensure a long-term recovery from the current health, economic, and social crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. And I'm sure that I speak for all ministers and all of us who are part of society, and that teachers deserve our deep respect and even gratitude for what they did over the last year. And I think that they will be challenged in the next year as well. The universities, of course, have been challenged by the consequences of the COVID-19 crisis as well. But they also have to look further to their role in strengthening Europe. And now I would like to pass the floor to Michael Murphy, the president of the European Universities Association, who will address us, I guess, somewhere from Ireland. Michael, the floor is yours. Michael, we don't hear you.
Challenging it. Quality assurance, degree cycles, a more assertive approach to the social dimension, and our emerging collaborations in support of learning and teaching innovation all provide a solid foundation. And what really makes me confident for the future is that we have established a sustainable, resilient approach for transnational European cooperation on transformation, based on partnership among governments and with the higher education sector. The Bologna process strengthens our collective capacity to address technological and social developments, pressures to respond to diverse national and local needs, but also strengthens our impact in a globalized world. Europe is visible and recognized on the global education stage. So for this next decade, a key goal has to be better understanding of and esteem for university values. Academic freedom, autonomy, integrity, transparency, collective participation of students and staff are not just an ethical issue, but lay the foundation for high-quality education and research. They are a crucial pillar for freedom and democracy in our societies. Values are important at all times, but in times of crisis, they are critical. In this pandemic year, citizens and society relied on universities. Universities counted on the collegial and proactive engagement of students and staff. And our resilience was ensured by a framework set by public responsibility, institutional autonomy, and accountability. Our shared values ensure that we as partners in the Bologna process can trust each other, can earn the trust of our societies and of our global partners. Partnership and collaboration within Europe is important, but we should use the Bologna process, a shared foundation built on shared principles and values, as a basis for exchange and collaboration with partners around the globe. This will be easy with partners who share our values, but we must also convince the others, negotiate conditions on which all of us can move forward. The planet has become too small and too interconnected to allow parallel worlds. Thank you very much.
Michael, 49 ministers of the European higher education area are listening in now. And therefore, I'm curious to listen to your answer on this question. We all have put quite some emphasis on the values, and you emphasize the values, the democratic values, and academic freedom so much. How could Europe best demonstrate that it takes these values seriously? Michael? Michael? Could I go back to Michael Murphy, please? Stefan, you have to wait just a few more minutes. Could you go back to Michael Murphy to answer the question?
I'll answer you in audio, Carl. I think what we really have to do is eliminate the gaps.
Yes, please, Michael. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. I will come back to you hopefully at the end of this session. I see Stefan Lauwijk is now in full color in our image. And we are going over to you now, Stefan, the president of the European Association of Institutes in Higher Education. Universities, University of Applied Science, other institutes, and you are the president of this quite large association. What's your message to the ministers? Please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Carl. Thank you very much. Yes, EURASHE. EURASHE represents professionally high-oriented higher education in Europe. And as you said, this is the sector of applied sciences. We promote high-quality professional higher education and user-oriented research by facilitating cooperation with all stakeholders. The COVID pandemic is challenging us to further increase dialogue with all interested parties for more collaboration in the interest of the citizens of Europe. The institution we represent, colleges, polytechnics, universities of applied sciences, are diverse, but they all share a mission to be more collaborative and flexible, the better to serve the men and women of our regions. It's in fact all about lifelong learning and how we can embed it deep into our universities and the structures of the EHEA. Our role is to train, to skill, to reskill, to upskill the citizens of the continent. We're working with a passion on new tools that bring the flexibility needed to cater for a wide variety of target groups, from young people, of course, to immigrants, to the unemployed women and men of Europe. So short cycle education, recognition of prior learning, and of course with a strong voice in support of micro-credentials. Digitalization, of course, is not an emergency substitute in times of pandemic, but a long-term goal that will enable us to really go forward in providing higher education for an increased share of the public. Our sector is profoundly involved in reflecting on the future skills needed as a result of the education process, how we can provide all learners with the ability to act in an ever complex and challenging world, and in work situations that are difficult to anticipate even today. Likewise, we've been working on the increasing role of work-based learning, how you can promote it, quality assure it, through strengthened cooperation with the world of work. This also is an opportunity to cater for more students. The talent of the applied sciences lie in their regional engagement. It is our mission to make diversity really work for the regional innovation ecosystems in which we provide training and applied research. Our business, you see, is to recognize and promote the fantastic opportunities of uniting applied research and learning with our regional partners. So really, I call on all actors in the EHEA to pay attention to what PhD higher institution can offer to a society that is going through a severe crisis. Let's see professional higher education institutions, the universities of applied sciences, as bridges over troubled waters. Thank you, Carl.
Stefan, before you leave us, could you give us a short reflection on the diversity of roles and missions within the higher education for the future? Because you are a partner, a colleague of the EUA, but you have a different mission and a different role, I guess.
Yeah, you're right, Carl. In fact, we think that we don't really work for science. We don't really work for fundamental research, but we work for the women and the men that are out there for us to educate. So I think first and foremost, it's a matter of governance. It's got to be excellent governance, a governance that is organized to provide every student with the structures and opportunities to reach his or her level of personal excellence. It's also, therefore, a question of excellent learning and, of course, being able to link this learning with our applied research.
Well, yeah, I can see that point. Are you competitors, or are we all in the same level playing field, you might say? And are we just colleagues?
Of course, as you mentioned that we work with universities, with the EUA on a daily basis. What you're saying, in fact, Carl, we're all in the same boat, basically. We provide education opportunities for all. And of course, we work hand in hand with universities. Actually, a number of our students go to universities, are part of universities.
Okay. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you, Carl.
And I would like to go now to Christoph Golemund. Christoph, the quality assurance agencies have, of course, also done a remarkable job since March by adapting smoothly to the new circumstances. But your organization, the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, better known as EQAR, is, of course, forward-looking. And your statement, Christoph, will undoubtedly show that you are not only backward, but certainly forward-looking, more than ever. Please, take the floor, Christoph.
Thank you, Carl, for these kind words. Ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as this ministerial conference heralds the third decade of the European higher education area, the quality assurance framework built on the standards and guidelines for quality assurance in the European higher education area, known as the ESG, implemented by EQAR's members, the quality assurance agencies, and monitored by EQAR, the European Quality Assurance Register, has proven to be a success story. Flexible enough to adapt to the diversity in the European higher education area, and strict enough to create trust and underpin cooperation in the European higher education area. The European standards and guidelines have been major drivers for more professional, more transparent, and more streamlined quality assurance processes, both at the level of higher education systems and institutions. The involvement of students in all levels of quality assurance is a defining feature of the European higher education area and enshrined in the ESG. For the third decade of the European higher education area, EQAR urges all member states to ensure that legislation allows students to participate as full partners in the process and to support conditions for a culture of genuine involvement. But the European standards and guidelines are not just flexible, they do permit innovation. We encourage countries, quality assurance agencies, and higher education institutions to experiment and to pilot new specific quality assurance approaches for micro-credentials, digital learning, and other new settings of provision. There is no need to wait for additional European guidance or directives. If used as they were designed nearly 2 decades ago, as standards that need to be adapted to the national specificities, the European standards and guidelines will remain relevant for the next decade and will provide the foundation for the future development of the provision of higher education and its quality assurance in the European higher education area. Thank you, Carl.
Christoph, before you leave us, You use the word flexible, and you use you ask the ministers to use more flexibility. What do you mean exactly? Why is flexibility such a strong point for ENQA?
Thank you, Carl, for this question. I couldn't have asked a better one if we had to talk about this in advance. When ENQA emphasizes flexibility regarding the European standards and guidelines, we refer to the design of the European standards and guidelines. Remember, they are standards and guidelines for quality assurance. The standards describe qualitative requirements of internal and external quality assurance, requirements that are demanding and must be met. No flexibility there. The guidelines give examples how the requirement can be met. But, and this is where we plead for flexibility, they are not designed to be a checklist. There are, and as higher education develops, there will be ways to comply that are not in the guidelines. We are convinced that the European standards and guidelines are flexible enough to provide a framework for quality assurance for a higher education that develops radically and at a fast pace. If the guidelines are not treated as standards, but as guidelines.
Okay, I understand that, and I know for sure then that EUA, ESU, EURASHE, EQAR, that we have to discuss quite some things in order to develop our systems and not to prevent innovation taking place in universities.
Absolutely.
That's the main point, isn't it? And now,
that's it. Thank you, Carl.
Okay, thank you. I've heard a sign from the cloud. Business Europe is with us. Someone sent me a message. Maxime Ceruti, yes, Director of Social Affairs of Business Europe. You are just exactly on time. You probably had the idea that we would start at 12:45. And now it is 12:45 and Business Europe is in. Maxime, please take the floor for your message to the ministers.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Chair. And it's a pleasure to be with you this morning and to have together an assessment of where things stand for higher education in Europe. I mean, the first thing I want to say is that we need to improve the knowledge triangle in Europe. And of course, when doing so, we need to reflect what is the role of different actors. But what I mean with this is, of course, to reinforce the cooperation and better outcomes in synergies in terms of education, research, and the way our companies work. And of course, the desired outcome is improved innovation and competitiveness at the benefit as well of the people that are well educated in line with changing labor market needs. To achieve this, we think that the role of higher education is very important. And universities, of course, play a key role. I'm very pleased that EURASHE is also very much involved in these discussions because they know, as technical universities, very well what are the needs of the employers and are connected to labor market trends. And of course, what is essential for us now looking at the future of industry in Europe is really that there is a focus in higher education institutions in serving better and with increased quality and numbers of people who are specializing in STEM skills. Scientific, technological, engineering, and mathematics is very important as we are in the digital transition. So I guess you know that, but the question is, how can we improve? And of course, we see that there is a lot of potential in increasing the number of female participation in STEM, because there is still a big gender gap. And with this in mind, we have proposed to try to have a target for Europe going forward by 2030 to increase from currently around 21% of graduates in STEM to 25% by 2030. Of course, this is only one part of the solution. We also need to improve the way in which higher education institutions function in their cooperation with the companies and workers, because we feel that as part of lifelong learning, universities have a role to play to provide opportunities for training and retraining later on in life. So not only for the initial education, but also later on in life. And that I know is also being considered, but probably now that there is a very strong focus in the skills policies at European level, you know, the Pact for Skills and also the renewed priorities for vocational education and training that will be in Osnabrück soon endorsed. I think there is a need to really reflect on how this combined with the agenda of higher education institutions. Shorter modules that you're discussing can be part of the solution to have an increasing participation of the workforce to relevant education and training. And of course, this goes together with trying to improve the dualism as well of higher education institutions. You know that vocational education and training is stemming from an important part of the training taking place in companies. Of course, graduates in universities, they also do traineeships. So there was, over time, I think, a growing number of students that are going through traineeships to learn directly in a company. And that is something that could be further improved, but trying to organize it in a good way so that there is really a dual approach and that this dual approach would go with a well-embedded structure of the learning that is going to be done in the companies. For example, we think that industrial PhDs have a lot of added value so that there is a good connection with innovation needs of companies and that the students that are doing these PhDs really are close and well connected to economic reality. So these are examples. We think that the cooperation, of course, in the Bologna process is very important. The fact is that the structuring that was connected to licensed master and doctoral studies has been very important to structure higher education provision. But where we think is probably the way forward is to increase the connection to the labor markets, to make higher education more relevant for the labor markets. And so we would really invite you as institutions to have a focus on that. The fact that universities have more and more autonomy in organizing themselves is probably an opportunity as well to try to reinforce the links locally with the companies so that the curricula in universities are going to be well connected to the economic realities on a regional and local level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Maxime. May I ask one additional question? I have seen that in quite some countries the discussion is going on about lifelong learning. Who would be the beneficiary of lifelong learning? Would it be the vocational trained or would it also be the academics? Do academics need support from governments in order to be upscaling, new scaling, be trained again as academics, or is it just from your point of view, the vocational training that has to be adapted?
Well, I think this distinction between academics and the vocational does not really make sense later on in life, except for perhaps, you know, those that are really academics in universities, whose job it is to work in universities. But I think later on in life in the labor markets, I mean, everyone is in a job. Everyone has a particular responsibility in a job. And from that perspective, of course, the original education and training is an important milestone. But what I meant is that for whatever type of jobs, be it more as office work or not office work, more in the plants and working directly as engineers and in the production or working in the jobs that are relating to the functioning of services and industry. I think it would be very important in future that universities reflect on what is their role to provide good solutions for different types of profiles. And I don't think we should really distinguish only between academics and vocational. I think everyone is in a vocation when you have a job.
Okay, thank you so much. It's clear for me that we are going over from a triple helix to a quadruple helix and maybe even to a quintuple helix if you take nature or the earth or sustainability as the fifth pillar of what we are going to do. What you ask is, you might say, a new social contract between the partners and the stakeholders. At the end of this interval, I might say, I would like to add some points from the EQAR point of view before we give the floor to you, Mr. Manfredi, as the Minister of Education for Higher Education and Universities in Italy. Let me add from the viewpoint of EQAR 3 short points which I would like to bring to the attention of you, ministers. The first one is remove as soon as possible the obstacles for cross-border cooperation, and certainly in quality assurance processes and procedures for joint programs and degrees, and for the European University Alliances, which might become so important. The universities and the quality assurance agencies still see a lot of red tape and have to go through multiple national accreditation procedures that are a little different. That is time and effort wasted for all of us. My second point is that we ask all countries to become members of EQAR and to encourage all quality assurance agencies to comply with the European standards and guidelines and to show their compliance through registration, which would lead to more trust and more respect between us. And my third point is promote and use the database for external quality assurance results, EQAR, as an information tool for universities, the labour market, staff and students, and encourage the agencies to be registered and to upload their judgments in the EQAR database. Dear ministers, to conclude, as you have heard, all our statements make clear that we, stakeholders, are committed to making the European higher education area a success. You and the higher education sector have accomplished huge over the past 2 decades, but we all realize there's more work to be done. New challenges come our way, and we know for sure that a standstill in higher education never will occur. Continuous changes and improvements will be our fate, but we are ready for them. The E4, EQAR, Business Europe, Education International will continue cooperating between them with your governments and other partners. But we need your support, your willingness to cross borders, and the political will not to go for national interests, but for the interest of the European higher education, which will be beneficial for our students, our new generations, and societies in general. We will work together with an open eye for today's societal challenges and the sustainable development goals. And as a number of us have highlighted during their addresses, we will be keen on the state of the fundamental democratic values that need to underlie our educational systems. That's the reason that we, consultative members, strongly condemn the way the Belarusian authorities suppress the freedom of speech and the freedom to demonstrate. Students, university staff, and universities have to be completely free to give their opinions, outcomes, and results. That's one of the principles of academic freedom, and it is the most important principle of democracy. And after this message, I thank you all for your attention and give the floor back to our Italian colleagues. Federico, the floor is yours, and you are probably going to introduce Minister Manfredi. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Carl, and many thanks to all consultative members for their continuous contribution in developing and giving context to the decision taken by the ministers and representatives of the European higher education area. And now, I have once again the pleasure to invite to join us the Italian Minister Gaetano Manfredi for the final speech of our session and for the formal approval of the Rome Communiqué. Minister Manfredi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Federico. Thank you very much, colleagues. Onorevoli colleghi ministri.
Honorable, distinguished ministers, Reverend Eminence, and representatives of the international bodies, and the Commission, dear Madam Commissioner, the representatives of students, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me, as Minister of the for Universities and Research of the Italian government, to take stock of the current discussion amongst the ministers, the international bodies, the representatives of the consultative members of our process. The most qualifying point that I would like to emphasize as a common element shared by all the speakers is the will to continue to work for expanding the European higher education area. We are aware of the fact that there is still much to be done, but we are also aware of how much has been done so far with the contribution of each and every one of you, with an increasing contribution by all the players in our system, namely the students, teachers, researchers, and all the institutions of higher education. This ministerial meeting undoubtedly is a turning point, not only because we have set the goal of defining a 10-year vision for the future of the process, and the current COVID-19 pandemic has taught us a major lesson. That is, we all belong to the same family, to one big family. So the Bologna family must look at global educational processes, opening its doors to students and teachers from all over the world, so that they may find in our great educational space a place where they can increase their knowledge, improve their condition, learn about new forms of dialogue and of interaction without barriers and borders. We must be aware of the fact that both inside and outside the European higher education area, there are contexts of great complexity where our fundamental values, as confirmed in the Rome Communique, are questioned in some cases or even ignored in worse cases. And we cannot ignore this. This is a wound for the reasons that induced us to come together in Bologna 21 years ago. I think that we have heard today that everyone is convinced that the international academic body is high above geopolitical interests, and where knowledge and science is above the various contexts. Therefore, we are committed to implementing our vision for the future of the European area, and we are working in order for it to be a reality by 2030 according to the principles of inclusion, interconnection, and innovation. Higher education, as has been pointed out, has the potential of being an engine for change, not only scientific change, but also cultural and social, in the spirit of true democracy. It is the main instrument for pursuing these goals and for ensuring academic freedom, and by promoting the representation of the academic community vis-à-vis society and the institutions. This is a complex historic moment, and the circumstances have put us before the fragility of the human condition and of our societies. Therefore, we are to promote mutual understanding. We must keep dialogue open, which is typical of the community of knowledge, and which is based on dialogue and which knows no boundaries. Considering all this and bearing in mind the contributions that have been given during this morning, I would like to ask you, highly esteemed colleagues and ministers, to approve all together in the spirit of our Bologna family, to approve the Rome Communique 2020.
Thank you, Minister Manfredi. Thank you for this round of applause that is evidently signing the approval of the Rome 2020 communiqué. Thank you, Minister. And now that the official communiqué of Rome is approved, you can find the final text and related attachment in the portal. Let me say a few words regarding the communiqué itself. This Rome communiqué make us face up to challenges for our future that must be confronted, coordinated and monitored by the Bologna follow-up group with the support of the next Albanian Secretariat. Before passing the floor to our Albanian colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Italian Secretariat of the BFG once again for the work carried out in the last 2 years, a service that Italy welcomed and committed to making available to all players of our process and without which we could not have organized this event. And now, I leave the floor to the representatives of the Albanian delegation for a brief presentation. It seems that we have a problem of connection with Albania. The Albanians will take the lead of the Secretariat, I can assure you. Anyway, if we are not able to get the connection, let's go on. But anyway, we thanks a lot for having accepted to this duty, and I can assure you that Italy will be supportive to your work. So we have reached the end of our morning session. But before closing, we ask you to take a picture together, as happens with any important event in every family, in order to express our feelings of unity, trust, and continuous commitment to building our common area. Please, don't worry too much. This year, thanks to the virtual and highly technological format of this event, we have integrated Photoshop function in any screen. So let's move on for the picture. Ancora una, dai. The afternoon session of the event will be dedicated to the global approach during the next decade of the European higher education area. So thanks again to everyone for your participation, and let's meet here again at 14:45 Central European Time. See you later.
Может быть, не смешная, но не шутка.
Dear colleagues and friends, welcome back to the afternoon session of our meeting dedicated to the global approach. But before the proper afternoon session, I am glad to give the floor to Albania for a brief presentation of their secretariat. Albania, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, the Rome 2020 EHEA Ministerial Conference is held under the sign of the bird, even though being held online for the first time. My appreciation and thanks go to our Italian colleagues for their efforts and organization of the conference, creating this virtual meeting space for us to gather today. Albania, as member of the Bologna process from 2003, continues to reform higher education system based on the Bologna principles, increasing immensely in the last years its participation and contribution in the BFUG and in different BFUG working groups. Albania's candidature to host the 2024 Ministerial Conference and the BFUG Secretariat is strongly based on an increased interest on the Bologna process and on a special focus of the Albanian government on reforming higher education, as shown also with the reforms started since 2014 in higher education field. It comes as a commitment of the Albanian government, especially from the Prime Minister Office, the Ministry of Education, Sport and Youth, the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, the Municipality of Tirana, the Center for Educational Services, or ENIC Center, the Agency for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, and the involvement of the Bologna National Team and higher education reform experts. Albania, as part of the Berlin process, along with other EHEA members, set several challenges for regional cooperation in line with the key commitments of the Bologna process for the education-related topics. We will bring to focus at national and regional level the challenges and opportunities of the Bologna process, strengthening the cooperation between the Western Balkan economies in the context of the Berlin process, focusing on very similar key commitments and spreading the same spirit in the region as well. Being one of the EHEA countries that is looking to become part of the European family, Albania will also be a good example for other EHEA countries not part of the EU in the framework of their engagement or implementation of Bologna commitments, and will contribute to fulfillment of obligations for Albania integration in the higher education field as well. The Albanian BFUG Secretariat will be designed based on the next BFUG work plan to be adopted, and in order to enable an efficient, technical and structured BFUG Secretariat, it will involve national or international experts, including Albanian experts from diaspora, enhancing this way a brain circulation process. The head of the BFUG Secretariat will be responsible for its operational management as well as relations with the governments and international organizations, BFUG Vice Chair and Co-Chairs. Other dedicated staff is foreseen for different tasks of the BFUG Secretariat. The Albanian BFUG Secretariat will provide neutral support to the BFUG and its board for meeting organization and the follow-up work for the next period, as well as working groups according to the future work plan. And in conjunction with the co-chairs and the vice chair, it will draft agendas for the BFUG meetings, background discussion documents, relevant papers for the BFUG, for its board, and for different groups. Regarding the Ministerial Conference, our proposal is to organize the next EHEA Ministerial Conference and the Bologna Policy Forum in Tirana. The venue will be decided among different options, offering all the necessary spaces, facilities, and support needed for having a successful event. Albania is hosting the BFUG Secretariat following two key countries of the Bologna process, France and Italy. It will be a huge responsibility for us to keep up with the high standards established, but we are positive and ready to raise to this challenge, believing in ourselves and the support from our already experienced Italian colleagues to ensure a smooth working period for the BFUG until the next Ministerial Conference in Albania in 2024. That will be also an opportunity for all of you to know Albania as a beautiful country and marvelous people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Albania. Thank you for the presentation of the next Secretariat. And now let's go back to the afternoon session dedicated, as I said, to the global approach. This approach is fundamental for us because it expresses our dynamic tension and the will to engage in a relationship with systems and processes referring to the higher education sector on a global scale. This is why we are proud to be able to open the doors of our process to a global dialogue. So welcome to your home or in European higher education area. Let me remind you that the afternoon agenda is also available and downloadable from the event website. Our first speaker is Professor Luciano Floridi. Luciano Floridi is Professor of Philosophy and Ethics of Information at the University of Oxford, where he is the Director of Digital Ethics Labs. He is a world-famous expert on digital ethics, the ethics of artificial intelligence, the philosophy of information, and the philosophy of technology. Back to back, we will have our second guest, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Director of the Center for Sustainable Development of Columbia University. He is also Director of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network and a Commissioner on the UN Broadband Commission for Development. He has been advisor for 3 United Nations Secretary General and currently serves as an SDG advocate under Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez. The full biographies of those 2 speakers will be available on the website, and now I am glad to give the floor to Professor Floridi.
Hello, my name is Luciano Floridi, and I'm the OII Professor of Philosophy and Ethics of Information at the University of Oxford. I am delighted to be with you with this video today. It's a great honor to join you, and I would like to share a few thoughts to contribute to the dialogue that we are having to celebrate the Bologna Agreement. We all know that education is a value, but it's a special value. It's a universal value that makes other values possible. It's one of those values that are at the very foundation of our society, any society. When we speak about education, we often think of some sort of panacea, something that solves everything, can be helpful for anything, to anything, and sometimes we overcharge education with problems and the required solutions that only partly belong to that stage of our human life. But having said this, education is at the corner of any society, any form of well-being, any form of development and innovation. It is so because education unites, does not divide. Unites people, unites nations, unites humanity on this small planet that we all inhabit. It is a way of including, not excluding, the other. Through education, we understand ourselves and each other much better. It is through education that we can learn from the past, something that we need to do again and again. And it is through education that we can appreciate what we have and plan a better future. So education is almost a panacea. Education is helpful because it enables us to coordinate, collaborate, and cooperate. I use these 3 words not accidentally. We coordinate through education. Just think about something trivial, like knowing how to drive, so that we shall all be safe and go our own ways as we wish. But we can also collaborate, do things together through education, because someone does something and someone does something else, and together those parts will give rise to a better form of a project. But above all, we can cooperate. We can do things together. Not just you, your part, me, my part, and coming together, but we together, helping each other and having the strength, the will, the ability to overcome thresholds that otherwise individually would be too high, too difficult, too complex. That's why education is so important. It's a value at the foundations of other values. It's what enables coordination, collaboration, cooperation. And as they say, there's never enough education. We can do more because we need it. At a time when there's so many changes, so radical transformations, what can education be today? Well, surely no one will have any doubt that innovation, which is the ordinary state of things today, requires more, not less education. If anything, innovation places a nice challenge, a prompt, a request to do more to educators across all the world. But then the final question remains, what sort of education for the 21st century? If it is so important, if it makes such a big difference, if it is so required, surely we need to have an education that can cope with the challenges that we are facing, can grab and take advantage of the opportunities that are many. Well, there is a suggestion here. Education is not the chasing of practical skills here or opportunities that are only temporal there. Education is, as I said at the beginning, a foundation, and therefore it has to be foundational. And today the best thing that we can do to the current generation, to those who still have to learn and those who have forgotten, those who need some training or those who need retraining, for anyone who wishes to have a better sense of who we are today and who we can be tomorrow, well, the languages of information is what we need to teach. And by this I don't mean only one's own mother tongue, the control of one's own language, which is fundamental. I don't mean only international languages that enable us to communicate across borders, across cultures. And I certainly do not mean only computer science, coding, and so on. Of course, all this, but much, much more. The languages of information are the languages of music, the languages of architecture, the language of history and chemistry, of biology and physics, of mathematics and economics. It means being able to literally read and write in that particular language. If I, as a citizen, am not able to read and write in the language of economics or politics or sociology, my opportunities will be more limited. If I don't know the language of history, I will possibly commit more mistakes than I should. And if the language of mathematics or music are unknown to me, all those boundaries will mean the boundaries of my own existence. So the education that we want to have today is the education that teaches across all borders, across all disciplines, the fundamental languages spoken by information to have slightly better human beings and improve ourselves, as people have done before us and people will do in the future. I'd like to thank you again for this opportunity to join you. The Bologna celebrations are a great achievement, and in a world that needs a united humanity to do so much more, so much better, it is perfectly possible that education will give us the tools, the opportunities, the abilities to be successful. We need more education, we need better education, but above all, we need education as a foundation for our societies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Floridi, for your inspiring speech. Unfortunately, it seems that we got some problem in connection with the United States for having in line Professor Sachs. Anyway, we can move forward, and let me now introduce the next two speakers who will be able to present us the work carried out by two international organizations participating on the European higher education area. I'm talking about the Council of Europe and UNESCO. So I'm pleased to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Sjur Bergan. head of the Education Department of the Council of Europe, responsible for current Council of Europe projects on competences for democratic culture and for the European Qualification Passport for Refugees. Back to back after Sjur's speech, we will have Peter Wells, Chief of the Section for Higher Education at UNESCO, that will take the floor immediately after Sjur. Please, gentlemen, the stage is yours. I'm sorry, we seem to have a problem of connection with the Council of Europe. We see the images, but we don't listen in the voice. So in the meantime, we're trying to resolve the technical problem. I don't know if the next speaker is eventually ready or not. Have you been able to reach Sjur Bergan? Maybe his audio is not in, simply. Sure. No. There is some problem of connection apparently, and very sorry about this. Problems that are of course connected with our format of work, as you probably imagine. Well, fortunately we had the possibility to hear the voice of Professor Sjur Bergan during the first part of our ministerial debate. It's possible to know if the next speaker is eventually ready for speak. I'm talking about Mr. Wells. No? So we will jump directly to the next panel, and we will see if we are able to get back on the two interventions of the Council of Europe and UNESCO later on. And now aiuto. So it seems that we have to moving forward, and it is now my pleasure to welcome the distinguished guests who have kindly agreed to participate in the panel organized by the Coordination Group on Global Policy Dialogue. The general theme of the panel are moving towards 2030, what global cooperation in higher education should look like and how to build it. The panel has been asked to reflect on how concretely the European higher education area can strengthen dialogue and its ability to cooperate effectively with the global higher education communities. The moderator will be Mrs. Eva Egron-Polak, well known from many of us as the former secretary of the International Association of Universities. She will present the 5 panelists who represent a variety of higher education stakeholders from other continents, different voices from different regions. Thank you, Eva. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Global Dimension panel taking place as part of the EHEA Rome 2020 Ministerial meeting. I'm honored to be moderating this panel of highly distinguished speakers who have been invited to share their perspectives and suggestions as we tackle the overarching theme, moving towards 2030. What should global cooperation in higher education look like, and how do we build it? My name is Eva Egron-Polak. I'm Canadian. I have worked in higher education cooperation for the past 40 years, most recently as the Secretary General of the International Association of Universities, where I was for approximately 18 years. Let me now introduce the 5 panelists briefly, and please note that you can find all of their bio notes on the EHEA Rome 2020 portal. I am first of all joined by Her Excellency Professor Sarah Anyang-Agbor, Commissioner for Human Resources, Science and Technology of the African Union Commission. Professor Agbor was elected as the Commissioner in 2017. She has experience in academia, as she has been a professor as well as a Deputy Vice Chancellor of a university in her home country, Cameroon. Our second panelist is Iman Benrabia. Iman is a member of the African Students and Alumni Forum, ASAF. She holds a master's degree in applied foreign languages in the field of business, culture, and media from Ayad Sayad University in Marrakesh, Morocco. From the USA, we are joined by Jamie Marisotis, President and CEO of the Lumina Foundation, the largest private foundation exclusively focused on higher education. He has been at Lumina since 2008 and was previously co-founder and president of the nonpartisan Washington-based Institute for Higher Education Policy. Our 4th panelist is Ms. Leonie Nagaranjan, who is the director of the Education Department of the Asia Europe Foundation, ASEF, based in Singapore. At present, she leads the Foundation's bi-regional educational program portfolio covering 51 countries, member countries of the Asia-Europe meeting process, ASEM. Our final panelist is Dr. Carlos Romero Restaño, who heads the higher education area at the Ministry of Education and Culture in Uruguay. Dr. Romero Restaño represents Uruguay on the regional Mercosur Ad Hoc Commission on Accreditation, and he has acted in the Secretariat for Graduate and Postgraduate Studies of the Catholic University of Uruguay. As you can see, we have a very diverse and a very knowledgeable and distinguished panel. 2020 has certainly brought home the reality that on the one hand, we all live, work, and study in one world. And on the other hand, that higher education, as many sectors, is the subject to national or state policy and regulation. This dual realization makes the panel on the global dimension of EHEA, and especially why and how to build an ongoing and viable policy dialogue in higher education, all the more important and highly relevant for the future. As with the overall ministerial meeting, the panelists will be looking towards the future, achieving the 2030 agenda. The format we have adopted for this 1 hour-long session starts with a 2-minute brief statement by each of our panelists before we address some specific questions and engage in a more dynamic exchange of ideas and suggestions. So let me now turn and invite Her Excellency Professor Aimagambetov for her statement.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Esteemed panelists, it is a pleasure to join you today for such a dialogue that brings together intercontinental actors in the field of higher education. In 2015, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa was launched, and with CSR, we have not only domesticated the Global Sustainable Development Goals, but also adapted and make them compatible with our own aspirations, as there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to wants and needs. So the goals and intents of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016-2025 are unambiguously ambitious, as they seek to achieve better results than any previous education strategic frameworks, be it regional or international. One of the guiding principles, and perhaps very pertinent to today's launching, is that of the principle on a holistic, inclusive, and equitable education with good conditions for lifelong learning being essential for sustainable development. In implementing the African Union Plan of Action for the second decade of education for Africa, that's 2006 to 2015, the African Union Commission embarked on the process of developing a strategy for harmonization of higher education in Africa. The rationale for this is based on the belief that such an initiative will help to foster cooperation in information exchange, harmonization of procedures and policies, attainment of comparability among qualifications, and possibly the standardization of curricula so as to facilitate academic and professional mobility. The broad developmental objective of the strategy is the production of human resources with the competencies required to drive Africa's economic and social development, and the creation of systems that facilitate economic integration, cultural relevance, and mobility across various regions of Africa. Sound muted. Okay. So the African Union Strategy for Harmonization of Higher Education really does incorporate a strong focus on establishing effective quality assurance mechanisms with shared views on quality, common agreed standards, and an equivalent way of assessing quality. Achieving compatibility and comparability among the higher education qualifications of different African countries, therefore, necessitates agreeing on a general approach, which should include describing learning outcomes, specifying level indicators, and having a common understanding on terms such as credits and credit transfer, learning outcomes, competencies, and skills. Finally, I am happy to report that a comprehensive mapping study of all national and regional qualification framework is currently underway to determine the state of play of qualification frameworks in African Union member states, as we hope to develop a continental framework by 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this visionary and very ambitious plan that, of course, Africa has been working towards intercontinentally for some time. Thank you so much. Our second panelist is Iman Ben Rabia, and so the floor is yours, Iman.
Thank you, Eva. So education is a field that is ever changing. Indeed, these changes have especially been propelled by the technological advancements of the past 2 decades. We are currently not only required to respond to these expected changes in higher education standards by 2030, but also to the unforeseen situation that is the global pandemic. Due to the distance necessity caused by the pandemic, learners and university professors alike have been encountering new challenges in the face of learning. This growing distance has birthed an undisputed need for connection, which is why global cooperation has never been so crucial. To bridge the communication gaps and be on the same page when it comes to the tomorrow of higher education, I believe discussions like this are an instrumental part in reaching the 4th Sustainable Development Goal set by the UN, and consequently other Sustainable Development Goals, since higher education reaches several fields. In my capacity as an academic, I believe that it's important to encourage global cooperation because our respective experiences and expertise, depending on our different roles, professions, geographical locations, along with the challenges we face, would not only prevent us from repeating the same mistakes, but also enable us to democratize change and abide by the United Nations pledge stating that nobody should be left behind.
Thank you very much. I will immediately turn to Jamie Mirasotis for his opening comments.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Eva. I'm going to speak briefly because I'm really looking forward to our dialogue among all of us as colleagues here. You mentioned in your opening remarks, introducing me, that I've spent my life at this intersection of learning and work, higher education and work. And most of that has been on the learning side. I'm here at Lumina Foundation, and before that as the leader of a globally focused NGO in Washington, D.C. I've also written a new book called Human Work in the Age of Smart Machines that tries to answer the question, what is education for? So as we think about higher education and the work that we are doing and issues of global cooperation, we both need to focus on what higher education is doing today and how it needs to change as a result of what we've seen: technology, the effects of the pandemic, issues related to the social dimensions and equity that we're facing, and at the same time better understand what we need to be prepared for as humans in this increasingly technology-mediated world. You know, in my prior work from Lumina, where I worked everywhere from Southern Africa and Mozambique and South Africa to Russia and Ukraine, and of course to Europe, one of the things that I learned is that the need for higher education to change and to focus on learning from the experiences of each other is growing in importance. Here in the US, we do not have a very good track record at that, frankly. We have not done a good enough job of learning from the experiences of others. Though I will say that the work of the EHEA, the origins of which in the Bologna process, I think have been very instrumental in helping us to think about quality issues in higher education. The fact is, the United States needs an education and training system that prioritizes today's students who are likely to be working and parenting while also trying to earn a degree or credential. So these issues of the social dimension, I think, are incredibly important in ensuring that we have a better educated country to ensure our economic security and social mobility. So I'm looking forward to our conversation. I think that this issue of, as I said, the social dimension of global cooperation is incredibly important, because at the end of the day, higher education becomes ever more important to our economic, social, and cultural well-being, both as individuals and as a society.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And I've been listening to all of the panelists and picking up some of the words that are critical, both within the EHEA, but also obviously globally: inclusiveness, quality, collaboration. All of these words have become so important, and you're all mentioning them as well. Leonie, on behalf of the Asia Europe Foundation, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Eva. So within this global dialogue, my organization is part already of a political dialogue process, and it's called the Asia-Europe Meeting, or ASEM process. And I think we all agree, looking at Asia becoming an epicentrum of higher education activity, ASEM and Asia have to be part of this roundtable and have to be part of this policy dialogue and conversation. But my question is, are we speaking the same language? And I would like to use a metaphor in the education context. So if we consider the 2030 agenda as our book of grammar, I think we need to work on the syntax and the sentence structure to make it successful. And what does it mean? We have to be clear on three things. So the first one is the subject. Who are the actors? The second one is the verb. What are our actions? And the third one is the object or the objective and the achievements. So let me talk first about the subject. And here the question is our dialogue really inclusive? Is it equitable? Do we have really equal counterparts in each region? We know in the European context we have the European Student Union, but we are missing a strong student network in Asia. So when it comes to the verb or the action, the question is, at which point at this dialogue process are we moving from listening and speaking to concrete action implementation? And we need to agree on core tools within our diverse frameworks of higher education. So one starting point is to support the Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications. And on the object, we know that dialogues are based on social norms and values. And we first need to create and ensure a safe space for transparent communication for all stakeholders. And this exchange has also to be based on equal partnership. So to bring this back to the 2030 agenda and our book of grammar, we need to speak the same language for an engaged global policy dialogue. And this requires continuous research, continuous study and practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a wonderful metaphor and raising some very important points about who should be around the table when we discuss how do we act and why are we doing this. I think, thank you very much. Carlos, the last word of these initial statements goes to you, please.
Thank you, Eva. COVID put in a snap in huge problems to all educational systems in the world, forcing them to adopt solutions in situations completely new. The crisis forces us to be innovative and move towards an uncertain future, much more uncertain than those dreamed when the Agenda 2030 was established. It sounds like a full-fledged prophecy. These sentences written by Mario Benedetti, a Uruguayan writer. That's right. When we thought we had all the answers, suddenly all the questions were changed. All education levels had been shaken. In the university, millions of young people were harmed in their training, putting doubts about their quality preparation for social and work life. We have learned a lot, but paying a high cost of lives and resources. But the major worries is about the future without certainties. How long this will last and how will be the life after the crisis. There is another phrase that summarizes the current situation. There is no one so rich that doesn't need nothing, no so poor without nothing to give. Thus, cooperation, exchange experiences, and knowledge between countries and regions is now more important than ever. This new normality has problems and solutions that cross the borders, showing us the human fragility doesn't recognize social classes or world nations, but increases differences and injustice.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, some very key issues being raised, injustice and the gaps that we have seen growing. Reaching the goal of 2030 will certainly require global cooperation on a number of issues, and it raises many challenges. We know them. Some have just been greatly amplified by the pandemic. we now need to turn to some specific questions and hear from you some of your ideas and perspectives on some of these issues that will need to be part of the global conversation. Let me start by asking Iman and Leonie. We have talked about the SDGs, and we know that higher education will be contributing to the achievement of the SDGs way beyond SDG 4, which is education. What do you think is the most valuable contribution that higher education can make to these goals? Iman, may I start with you?
Well, I believe higher education institutions play a very influential role when it comes to reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. They can not only provide the human resources that are needed to reach the goals, but also the knowledge and know-how that would help in overcoming the challenges related to sustainable development. But when it comes to their most valuable contribution, it is clear to me that it would be research. It relies on innovation, creation, and systematization. And the research that is continuously done in higher education institutions would offer some possible solutions to the challenges relating to the Sustainable Development Goals. But most importantly, the research structures are all interconnected and touch upon various fields. So each research structure can benefit the other when it comes to responding to different goals. And the partnerships and collaborations born within and between research structures, both on the local and international levels, are surely an asset to be able to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. Additionally, higher education institutions are at a crucial position in the network connecting the government and civil society and industrial institutions, so they are well equipped to be influential and to bring about the change we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, central actors. Leonie, your views on this issue.
Thank you. I'm very happy that I speak after Iman because I want to bring in some perspectives from Asian European students into this discussion. Last year, we organized an ASEP Rectors Conference and Students Forum alongside an ASEM Education Minister meeting in Romania. And the topic was about the role of higher education towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And as part of this project, we conducted a perception survey among about 7,000 Asian European students. The first question was on which SDG should higher education focus on next to SDG 4. And it's probably not surprising that the views differed between Asians and Europeans, looking also at diverse socioeconomic backgrounds and realities. So Asian students highlighted SDG 1 and 3, which is poverty alleviation and good health and well-being. And the European students, they emphasized SDG 10 and 11, which are reduced inequality and sustainable cities and communities. So here there was some different perspective, but when we asked the question, in which area can higher education institutions do the most? Here we had one joint voice, and that was engaging with communities. And I think this is an affirmation and also this is an expectation towards higher education institutions that they have to be instrumental and orchestrate this dialogue, but also the action between all the stakeholders. So in a way, the higher education institutions are at the heart of the SDG ecosystem, and that's locally as well as globally. So we did our survey with 7,000 students, and it's a microcosmos if you think about 380 million students enrolled in higher education, which we expect in 2030. If I think about this number, the most valuable contribution by these institutions is they shape the views, they shape the values, and they encourage for action. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting results and differences between Asia and Europe in terms of student vision, but at the same time, a coming together around an issue of local engagement. Jamie, let me turn to you and ask you, we've talked a lot since COVID has happened about the difficulties of mobility and how important mobility is, in fact, for international collaboration. Can you give us your thoughts about how we can build quality mobility, including virtual, blended learning kind of mobility, especially now for students, for researchers, for academics in the post-COVID landscape?
Yeah, thank you, Eva. I want to reflect on the point that Carlos made in his opening comments about uncertainty. I think it is an important point to underscore here that as we think about both the present and the post-COVID landscape, we know that COVID has upended the path and the progress for tens of millions of students, staff, and researchers all over the world. They might lack technology or internet access or access to quality learning or training. Travel restrictions are creating issues, for students to be mobile and participate online. There's issues related to time of day or access to students. And on top of all that, the research activities around the world are slowing down as a result of funding concerns and the inability to travel and conduct research in person and collaboratively. So the question is, what can we do? And I would say 4 things come to mind as we think about this post-COVID environment. The first is ensuring that students are able to gain perspectives from other people, countries, and regions of the world. That's obviously absolutely essential. We have to make sure that we continue to find ways for students and researchers to build those relationships and to gain knowledge and perspectives in a virtual world. We have to recognize that even post-pandemic, we're going to continue to offer virtual opportunities to everyone because it opens opportunities to students and researchers who didn't have them before. The second is, I think every country has to work to enhance the digital infrastructure. We also have to help the universities and colleges and other institutions develop their capacity to deliver online education. Even the most developed countries with a good broadband network have felt the need to enhance their digital infrastructure. The third is that well-resourced institutions have to reach out to higher ed institutions in other nations to share resources and build partnerships. I think the pandemic has created this incredible opportunity to get these kind of partnerships started and hopefully to build momentum to sustain them. And the fourth point, I think, is that while we need to improve the quality of the online experience, what I was just talking about, and virtual mobility, we also have to continue to find ways to include real mobility, obviously when it's safe to do so. A hybrid model of mobility may actually become the mobility model. It starts online and it includes an abroad portion, again, when it's safe to do so. I think that model may also allow more students with fewer opportunities to actually participate in this global network of learning.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the COVID pandemic is acting as a catalyst for reflection on many fronts, including this one. Leonie, would you like to comment on this point about quality mobility in a new age?
Thank you, Eva. You probably asked me this question because of my Asia-Europe perspective and the hat I'm always wearing. I think Jamie has mentioned a few points which I will refer to as well. And I would say that quality mobility has multiple dimensions. I mean, we start with inclusion, we start with geographical balance, we look into financial and environmental sustainability, it's learning outcomes, it's recognition, and soft skills development. And I think especially as we are moving now to more virtual mobility, intercultural understanding and the in-depth understanding. But with now moving to virtual mobility, these coordinates are shaken up. What we had before has to be changed, and this has to be taken into policies and strategies. On the Asia-Europe side, there is currently a strategy development 2030 on how to enhance quality mobility. You might know when we have this Asia-Europe discourse on mobility, there's always one narrative which is overpowering, and that's the imbalance of Asians and European students. If we look at the numbers, Asian countries account for, well, post-COVID, before COVID, accounted for 54% of globally mobile students, but these countries only hosted 14%. And if you look at Europe, the numbers are almost the opposite. So we, however, should not look at these numbers. These are statistics. I think what is much more important when we talk about geographical balance is, and that is both for physical mobility as well as virtual mobility, that is that we need to have a balance of geography of thoughts. We need to have a balance of a balance of ideas here. And this dimension of quality mobility is crucial for driving the 2030 agenda. And I don't think that we have achieved this yet through our current policy, also not the current practice and the programs. This is now the moment for blended mobility. We can look into options and new avenues. I think one of a meaningful initiative are the development of COIL modules, where you look into internationalization of a curriculum, international teaching and learning practices, and here you have an emphasis on collaboration. That is very important. It's not linear, it's really an exchange. And of course, we have to strengthen internationalization at home and place a stronger emphasis on formal and non-formal opportunities.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm being very strict in terms of time because we have many questions we would like to address, and I would like us to do that. My next question will go to Sarah because she's already mentioned some of the work that's taking place in Africa. But the question is, how can we build stronger, comparable, overarching frameworks that facilitate mobility and therefore enhance quality of teaching? And I'd like you to specifically consider what place or what contribution the global UNESCO Global Convention on Recognition of Credentials brings to this discussion, these overarching comparable frameworks.
Okay, thank you very much. How can we build stronger comparative overarching framework to facilitate mobility and enhance quality of learning? I believe that the Bologna process in Europe can be regarded as revolutionary for cooperation in European higher education generally and for mobility in the sector especially. And we understand that higher education in Europe shares many commonalities with that in Africa. So we draw some relevance to African context in terms of building framework to facilitate mobility and enhance quality. So while Africa can learn from European experience, it should not simply adopt the Bolognian process, but rather adapt their approaches used to fit the African context. Now, quality also plays a primordial role in the higher education space everywhere. So the implementation of quality assurance is still at the developmental stage in Africa. Linked to quality, there is overcrowding of public institutions. Imagine teaching in an amphitheater of 1,000 students and one lecturer teaches and marks those scripts. How is that possible? I don't think it's possible. So, and then we have acute shortage of adequate infrastructure. Perhaps the most important consideration is the need for inter-Africa institutional collaboration in order to share scarce resources. Also, there is a need for improvement at the educational level that comes before higher education, because it is a foundation that leads to higher education. So that foundation, early child education development, secondary education is very, very important for us to have the kind of quality we are looking for. And then, of course, to look at the curriculum and make improvements to where it's needed to aid quality learning. And that is what the continental education strategy for Africa speaks to. There are 12 thematic objectives that lead to 12 clusters, like higher education, early childhood education, teacher training professional, lifelong learning, ICT, STEM, etc. Now, on the second question, the contribution of the UNESCO Global Convention on Recognition. Of course, UNESCO serves as a global platform for discussion on the recognition of higher education qualifications and the promotion of course, academic mobility. Being the only UN agency with a mandate in higher education, the new convention is part of UNESCO's technical support to review higher education strategies and policies in countries that decided to be committed to its text. So the aim of this support is to improve equitable access to quality higher education and enhance mobility and accountability. So our regional convention on the recognition of studies and academic qualifications in higher education in African states was adopted in Arusha, Tanzania, as part of UNESCO's effort towards the promotion of international academic mobility, aimed to further expand higher education for promoting social and economic development in Africa through greater mobility of staff, students, and professionals among African countries.
Thank you. We hope that the Global Convention will push the effort that one level further. Carlos, you also wanted to comment on this particular point, as did Jamie. So the floor is yours, Carlos, and then I'll turn to Jamie.
Okay, I will focus in convention, UNESCO convention. Closed borders goes in the opposite way to the mobility, but at least for these present times, is a good solution to stop pandemic dissemination. Paradoxically, the recent UNESCO World Convention for Recognition is a new possibility to have an easier mobility. The convention approved is a big step, but are just the first one, and all countries need to ratify it. According to UNESCO information, today are very few countries that have made the ratification formally all over the world. The obstacle for many nations is change the thoughts about recognition procedures. It's necessary to move the recognition conception from a concern about contents of each activity to a qualitative assessment about professional skills. Here is needed a clear orientation of the educational central authorities in each country. They have to do a kind of convention task with people in charge of traditional recognition. It's a new way to think based on trust instead of bureaucratic procedures. Quality frame of qualification is a good resource to facilitate cooperation, but in the case of America Latina, it's not present in many countries. Here, there is other space for international cooperation, not to impose an external model of qualification, but a good way to help in those situations that frame doesn't exist or even is not feel important.
Thank you. In a sense, what better terrain for a global policy dialogue than this issue of comparability and recognition? Jamie, please, your thoughts on this.
Yes, well, I have just a few things to add to the excellent comments of Sarah and Carlos, but let me begin by commending to you the paper that was written for the Bologna Researchers Conference earlier this year by Tim Birtwistle from the UK and Robert Wagner from the Netherlands on rethinking the higher ed model to meet 21st century needs. You know, their conclusion is that higher education has to lead by adapting its role, purposes, governance, access policies, all while maintaining the core research function. And, you know, I know that's a tall order, but I just want to underscore that I think that's very much what's needed. You know, as to the global convention, you know, again, 5 million students are studying abroad around the world. 50% are studying outside their home region. You know, I think this rapid growth and internationalization is likely to continue. I don't think COVID presents a permanent barrier. So I think that this calls for a global regulatory framework like the Global Convention, because, you know, as both of my colleagues have pointed out, it aims to widen access to higher ed around the world. It's going to facilitate cross-border education, and it's going to strengthen international cooperation. So a few things just to add quickly to those other points that they made. We have to enhance the international cooperation in higher ed, increasing knowledge sharing, exchange of researchers, et cetera. That's the point that I just made. That's what's underscored in the Global Convention. The second thing, well, let me say, we have to assume two things: that people are going to earn their credentials via these new blended models of remote and online and in-person learning, and that mobilization is the norm, and learners will take their knowledge and competencies and credentials across institutions and regions and borders. So we have to make sure they're transparent. Transparency, I think, is the key issue here, and that they can be translated and understood in any context. I will say bluntly that the US is clearly behind Europe in this regard, though the effort known as Credential Engine here in the US, I think, is an important contribution that has implications beyond US institutions. Credential Engine essentially provides a web-based service that creates, for the first time, a centralized credential registry to house up-to-date information about credentials and a common descriptive language that can be used across employers, institutions, and learners. So, I think that these kind of transparency efforts are going to allow students to move from one institution to another without losing anything, and at the same time allow researchers to share and explain their methods and offer a lot more people the opportunity to find employment more quickly, no matter where they are.
Thank you. Let me underscore one point that I think is crucial in this discussion of a global convention is the importance of institutional involvement in these dialogues, because in the end, it is institutions of higher education as well as employers that recognize or do not recognize credentials or qualifications. And so the dialogue does need to be at the policy level, but also have many stakeholders around the table. Thank you so much for this very important set of comments. Several of you spoke at the beginning in your first statements about the social dimension of education. And I think that COVID has really put a spotlight on some of the gaps and some of the remaining inequalities and inequities that we live with. So I'd like to ask Iman and then Carlos to speak about the social dimension and how to take that into account into our future higher education. Iman, would you like to start?
Mm-hmm. Well, the current crisis has definitely reshaped the standards of education. In more than 190 countries, almost 1.6 billion learners' schooling or academic journeys have been affected. And according to the most recent UN statistics, schools closing has affected 94% of students worldwide and 99% in countries with low to middle income. So with this in mind, I believe that the main issue is whether a lot of these students, especially in lower income countries, can ever go back to school, and whether the teachers can adapt to a generation of learners who are behind schedule, in addition to the upcoming generation of learners. And I think this needs to be prioritized, making sure that the learners are able to go back or keep going to school. It's already difficult to achieve, especially in rural areas where it's been an issue before the crisis. And there's a high percentage of learners who don't finish school or attend it to begin with, namely in my country. And this is especially widespread among female learners. So the crisis just adds an extra coat to an already existing problem of students just losing the ability to go to school. And I think what this situation has taught us is that innovation in distressing times can bring forth solutions that we wouldn't have thought about otherwise. So I believe it is hopeful that this innovation that we have been working with to reconcile with the current situation can be a tool in solving these problems. Thank you.
Thank you for your optimistic vision that yes, if we innovate, we may address issues in new ways. Carlos.
Thank you. The pandemic exposed pre-existing huge inequalities in our societies. Some of the advances that have occurred in our countries, like increasing number of first-generation students in their families, find now difficulties to continue. Not all the families had an internet connection. Not all of them had a quiet place to concentrate for study or had a computer. In families with many members, there is not a computer for each. The children have to study at the same time and the same place where their parents are doing teleworking. In some countries have returned educational TV like many years ago because lack internet connection. And these are just few examples. On the other hand, teachers show an effect named corona teaching, anguish and disorientation syndrome, because they had to face with situations they don't feel prepared. In a snap, teachers were forced to work in an unknown territory. We have to training teachers' procedures with the skill for quality virtual teaching. Perhaps a good news is we have already made the trial and error process. Here is space for mutual and international cooperation to reaffirm teachers' capacities. If the personal distance persists, the most important challenge will be how to support the student, especially the youngest who are starting in the university, to minimize social gap and avoid dropout. Here, there is not many space for macro-level actions, but yes, for institutional creativity to create the opportunities to the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, a number of issues that I think many countries will be raising post-pandemic, although they've been facing them before as well. There's been a lot of discussion about change in higher education, ongoing change. And one of those changes is an increase in flexibility of learning paths. They have been called for in many areas, and we're talking more and more about micro-credentials. Jamie, do you want to speak a little bit about the future of these more flexible learning paths and the place for smaller learning units, whether we call them micro-credentials or not?
Well, first let me say I think the answer is almost certainly yes. That this is clearly the pattern, the path that we're going to see. Here I can speak mostly to our U.S. experience. Most of the community colleges and the system leaders that I've talked to have identified embedding workforce credentials in the associate degree pathways, which then lead to the bachelor's degrees and beyond, as the next step to sort of further the workforce alignment and completion. It's interesting, Eva, that there's at least some preliminary evidence emerging here in the U.S. that even as the higher ed enrollments have declined due to the pandemic, and that's especially true at our community college system, which enrolls almost half of all the learners in higher education in the United States, these shorter-term micro-credentials that you're talking about, badges or certificate certifications, other credentials, have actually increased. So, I think there's ongoing work focused on identifying high-quality short-term credentials and embedding them early in the degree pathways so that we can increase the success of the learners. Here, in other words, what we're talking about is progression indicators, in other words, ways in which the learners can actually receive credit, receive momentum, receive an encouragement to continue their studies. And based on new research, we know that here, we have a big problem with the completion of people who start credentials in the U.S. Adult student completion rates are twice as high for students when their work-related learning is recognized. In other words, they achieve some of those micro-credentials than without. For example, in the state of Virginia, they have a program called Fast Forward that awards high-quality short-term credentials as the first step for these learners who are then guaranteed credit towards a degree. So I think yes, I think it's coming, and I think that we're going to see an acceleration of this around the world as the talent needs continue to grow, and credentials, which are the sort of currency of the labor market, will continue to be important, with degrees being recognized as sort of perhaps the most important of those credentials, but certainly not the only ones.
Thank you. And I think that is a very, there is a clear link between the social dimension that we've just talked about and the notion of credentials being shorter, more accessible. It's also very closely linked to the notion of lifelong learning and the necessity as we adjust to a new labor market of lifelong learning. So yes, absolutely. And I don't think it's only going to happen in the US. I think it's a trend that will, I think, be seen everywhere. Before we turn to our last question, there is one other that we have not spoken to about here, and that is the pandemic has raised and changed and introduced new ways of operating all over the world. has it also raised some risks and some concerns? And here I'm really thinking about some ethical issues. And I'd like to ask Sarah and then perhaps Iman to comment on whether there are some ethical concerns that the pandemic has raised that need to be addressed within higher education.
Thank you very much. Even before the pandemic, we've had ethical concerns that we needed to look at. And with the pandemic, it's even aggravated, because with the pandemic, like what is happening, I want to take this, the scenario I see with my own kids. They had said they are doing online learning because they go to international schools. And in doing online learning, you key in, the teacher is not on board to take the student. And then after 30 minutes, they tell you that I have internet connectivity problems, etc. So before you know it, the time schedule for the course is all over. Then out of that, many of them are not prepared to do online learning. They need to be taught how to do online learning. They need to recalibrate, redefine, remodel those subjects to teach the students, because the way you teach in a physical class is not the same way you teach in a virtual class. Just imagine a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old. How do you keep their concentration? If you need a lot of innovation and a lot of imagination. So in practice, some of the most serious ethical problems that will arise that from higher education is the inconsistencies between institutions' explicit and implicit values. Technology enhanced plagiarism because they will just copy and paste and put on the board for the kids. And then how do they assimilate? How do they understand? They cannot. You need to explain it. So that is why online, they need to be taught the rules and the tools for online learning. Now, one other thing is that academic dishonesty are going to be growing concerns on most campuses, because some of them will plagiarize, some of them will not do the assignment. They can just pick from their friends, copy and paste. And that is what will happen. And if the teacher, like it happens in Africa with very large classes, how would you be able to read through and identify where plagiarism is taking place? Then the convention has been confronted with both technical and structural issues. Technically, the commitment to recognize a qualification does not explicitly refer to the quality of that qualification. Also, the decision by an institution to recognize a qualification or part of it is dependent on the rules and regulations of that institution, not the state, especially as programs and requirements differ across nations. So we really need that quality accreditation framework, harmonization framework, for us to be able to even identify or accept some of the degrees that will be given. Because at the end of the day, some students will get degrees that they're not qualified for, and they will not be able to stand and defend that degree. So we really need to put a lot into perspective. And in that line, I would want to link it with remote learning, because we have said in our ministerial meeting, that is the Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science and Technology, we told the ministers that there is need for them to bridge the digital divide, as well as invest in green energy, to make sure that even the kids out of the city can actually have access to online learning and in the right way. So that is why we need to we have to have concerted efforts to get the revised convention approved, which takes into consideration major changes that are taking place in higher education level over the last 3 decades, and particularly in these unprecedented times of COVID. It's very, very important.
Thank you very much. I think that you're absolutely right. Some of these ethical issues and some of these difficulties were present before COVID, but they have been amplified and exacerbated since. Thank you. Iman, your comments on the ethical concerns that may have arisen.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would like to add on to Sarah's point, as certainly the most used mode of learning nowadays is distance learning, no matter the country and its income level or technological infrastructure. So telelearning as a solution is quite evident in a world where we can see each other, but it does bring up the concern about disparity in opportunity that distance learning creates. Not all areas within the vast majority of third world countries, for instance, are equipped with functioning technological devices to allow students to attend virtual classes. let alone a functional internet connection that would make learning a smooth and productive process. So this, of course, prioritizes those who are already privileged enough in a way to afford computers and internet connections to be the primary recipients of education. And this leaves the economically and socially disadvantaged students on lower priority. And this lack of equity is an increasingly stressing issue in the educational world. And furthermore, when we speak about equity, we also need to mention academic freedom. Because if so many university students do not even have the possibility to attend classes and be in line with their program, how can they have the freedom to express themselves freely in their respective fields? So freedom here turns from a right to a privilege, since even the bases of education are not covered anymore.
Thank you very much. Let me ask the last question in this question and answer period. I think Leonie has already started that thought process by mentioning that we need to know who will be around the table in a dialogue leading towards 2030. This conversation is taking place within the EHEA ministerial meeting. And the question is, in a global dialogue, who should be the key interlocutors for EHEA for this dialogue to be productive and sustainable over time? I'd like to ask both Carlos and Sarah to comment on this, but any of our panelists who wish to comment on it, please feel free.
Okay. The key interlocutors to strengthen global dialogue could be the ministers of education, the ones I work with, the experts of education, student leaders, selected lecturers, selected student scholars, just like we have in a university council, then online learning platform providers. For example, we've engaged with HP to assist member states in getting on board online learning. Then the private sector, because really we need finances and infrastructure, and on our own we cannot do it. So there's that link. Should actually be a tripartite: the government, the private sector, and the academia to work together. Then in structural designers, they are very important, particularly for ODA-EL. Then the relevant diplomatic institutions, the vice chancellors, and other tertiary institutional heads, and then independent education researchers. Also, like in Africa, we have the African Association, the Association of African Universities, which is at the level of rectors or the vice chancellors. They too can come together and assist as interlocutors to strengthen global dialogue on higher education.
Thank you very much. You are truly describing a highly multi-stakeholder engaged dialogue that I think is necessary. Thank you. Carlos,
yes.
Any thoughts on this?
Yes, I try to think in this point about what kind of institution exists today that can help a global conversation. And I think a global dialogue must be supported by complete and reliable information. The information is crucial. The European process took two fundamental pillars: quality assurance, putting quality at the heart of all, and transparent information and recognition procedures through the enigmatic centers. These are two actors that are essential in this moment. Concerning to quality agencies, we have many cooperation experiences between Europe and Latin America. The relationship is already fluid, especially with Spain, for obvious reasons, but not only with them. And there is a large opportunity to link with other countries in the accreditation area. In this field, always can be improved to increase mutual understanding. It's not the same situation with the enigmatic centers, which are quite unusual in Latin America, where each country has their own ways to develop external relationship and recognition procedures, but not always are similar. In these fields, we have a lot of job to do and the European experience can be the seed for that. But it's important to point out that Latin America is not an uniform continent. There are many differences between countries, even regarding university systems, where exist differences in the structure of the system, denomination of the studies, length of those, and many other differences. This makes no easy to combine European systems with Latin American. And also, I must say that in some social groups and national authorities, not everyone wants to follow up European procedures, either for ideological reasons or memories from a colonial past. It's possible to find opposition to Bologna process.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Let's make it very clear. The EHEA process was not always easy either. There is a whole major learning curve and a process to be put in place. So I'm not surprised by what you say, but it's also not an insurmountable obstacle, because Europe has shown that a fair amount of consensus and movement forward has been achieved. I would say not a fair amount, but a tremendous amount of has been achieved. I think we're going to now turn to the closing remarks that you may have. And I think if I could prompt you to be as concrete in your suggestions of where we could go forward or how we could go forward, that would be most helpful. And as I indicated, we'll try and reverse the order in which we will go. So Carlos, please make your comments first, but make them brief, please.
Okay. The pandemic reminds us in hard way that we live in an interconnected and dependent world. Dependence with positive impact from science and technology over our lives, but also in its negative side, with a disease that affects equally all continents and generate human dramas. The poorest countries are now weaker than before, but also the most powerful nations have need of others. The pandemic showed that cooperation and sharing are not an option, they are a necessity. The global village has now a new and obvious dimension. It's possible to find everywhere inspiring good practice to strengthen successful actions and minimize the most complex one. Higher education is also a living example of this successful cooperation between actors who pursue a common goal, the well-being of people. The challenges of the DO objectives remain in force, but now with an additional mission: recover some advances that the pandemic pushed back. From everywhere can arrive solutions, and sometimes based in original ideas and not just in more money. The European area, without doubt, is an example to follow up, with values that are also shareable in other contexts. However, the European process reflects University European tradition, not always comparable with other places. Recognize shareable values from different social political realities is one of the challenges to reach more distant borders out of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leonie, I'm going to go very quickly. Your turn.
Thank you. I want to highlight three key values again from this conversation, and that's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in the Asia-Europe context, we had a meeting of head of states of 51 Asian European countries, the European Union and the ASEAN Secretariat, and they put in their statement that the importance of access to quality education is a basic human rights. And I think this is crucial. We had 2 days ago, we supported with other organizations globally, the World Access to Higher Education Day. And as part of that, we did a study with Asia-Europe Ministries of Education. And this study looked at national equity policies, and we found out that in the Asia-Europe context, only 1/3 of the countries had a standalone document which promotes equity in higher education. There's a long way to go. We are already better than in 2018 when Lumina Foundation also supported this study. There were 71 countries which were surveyed, and out of them only 11% had a national policy on equity in higher education. So we need to know that higher education systems and policies, yes, they have to be carefully planned in a consultative process, but we also need to know that they can tip the scales towards achieving the SDGs. And that brings us back to the overall topic. Higher education can, on one hand, contribute to inequalities, but they are also playing the key role in mitigating and in reducing inequalities. So we have to decide if we are on which side we are, but we can, through policies, do it. I want to finish with one intercultural component, because this is usually a little bit lost in these virtual dialogues. So let me share some Asian philosophy with you, and that is when you walk along with others, there's at least one from whom you can learn. But I think in this global dialogue, we need to walk an extra mile, because there are more than one on the table. So we need to listen and learn from all of us. Thank you.
I'm getting signals that we're running out of time. Jamie, please.
Well, then let me just make one point, which is I endorse what Leonie and Iman have said about equity. I think equity has to be the most important issue of this global cooperation going forward. Equity is achieved when the outcomes cannot be predicted by a person's background. We have many issues, gender, national origin, and other issues around the world. But to me, issues of race are the most urgent. We've seen this in this year like no other in 2020, how important these issues are for Black, Indigenous, and people of color around the world. And to me, bluntly, I think racial equity has to be the underpinning, the foundation of what we focus on when we talk about global cooperation, both from a European perspective, but from around the world.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Iman.
Well, I would like to add on to what Leonie said about how we need to walk that extra mile to really connect with each other and communicate. And I think if we can find one expression, one thought that binds a lot of the thoughts and reflections we had today, it would be that we need to monitor dialogue. It is good to think about dialogue. It is good to encourage dialogue, but also we need to have a sustainability and measurability of our common goals. It is important to set a tangible framework to not lose track of our vision and our progress. And it's even more important to regularly monitor the involvement of each agent in our growth. Even if hundreds of organizations and individuals are committed to reaching the 2030 vision for sustainable development, these efforts would be in vain without checkpoints along the way that would be recognized and known by all the stakeholders in order for us to not repeat the same mistakes, learn from each other, and of course, continue marching forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And the last word goes to Sarah.
Thank you very much. I sincerely agree with all what Leonie, Jamie, Carlos, Imani have said. And I guess we need to also form strategic linkages. Just like Imani said, to form a sustainability process all through is very, very important. We know we adopted what we call in the African Union, what we call connecting the dots. Dots, D-O-T-S-S, where the D stands for digitalization, O, online learning, T, teacher training, S, safety online and safety online, and then S, skills. Because higher education should lead to the creation of jobs and not for our graduates to become job seekers. And I know that many of the courses in European and American or in the Western world are actually professionalized. Even when you read English, it's not just English that you know at the back of your mind, you only end up in the classroom. It's beyond the classroom. There are many options that you could do. When I was a visiting professor in the University of Scranton in Pennsylvania, I discovered that my students were reading theater arts and physiotherapy. In my mind, I couldn't understand it. What has theater arts got to do with physiotherapy? But, or occupational therapy? What has it got to do with it? But you see, that was how they were doing that cross interdepartmental, and that gave them a whole lot of essence. And that is what we should be concentrating in higher education now, because many of our own students graduate, but they don't have jobs. Not because the jobs are not there, but because they are not trained for the future of work. And that needs to be redressed. And with what is happening with COVID, going to online learning, we must bridge the digital divide, invest in green energy, and then we must go with well-designed courses that speaks to the various challenges within our society. Therefore, like in other universities, they have technological transfer offices. So when the students are running their research, they're not just running it like we say in Africa, but they are running with a particular focus to solve a particular problem. And as they are running it, they are linked to already companies that are interested in that research work, and that will bring it finally to an end product. That is the future of higher education. When we speak about the economy des savoirs, the knowledge-based economy, education becoming competent, functional to the challenges of the society we have. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate.
Thank you. If I can just summarize, if I listen to you, the way I would describe a global dialogue based on everything you have said is that it has to be inclusive, it has to be equitable, it has to be sustainable, it has to be monitored, and it has to be purposeful. I think all of you have contributed to describing what we need to move forward towards 2030 in those and many other words. Let me thank you very much for taking part in this global dimension dialogue, and let's hope that it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, and thank you to all the panelists. That was a very fascinating, real global dialogue with speakers interacting from Singapore, Indianapolis, Addis Ababa, Marrakesh, and Montevideo. And now it seems that we have been able to recap the connection with the Council of Europe. So I assume I will have now online Mr. Sjur Bergan. Are you there?
Yes, Federica, I'm here. Can you hear me? That's the classical question. Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me the second chance, which of course also many students need. Now, it would be tempting perhaps to look beyond the European higher education area by asking how other regions could copy Bologna. But as we have seen also from the panel, this would really be the wrong question. Emulation is not cooperation. So instead, let us ask 5 questions that will hopefully give a good indication of how the EHEA can develop a sound global approach in the next decade. Firstly, what policies work in what circumstances? No construct is well suited to all circumstances, and the EHEA is an unusual one. It is an intergovernmental process. Ministers adopt the communiques that set directions, but not in a vacuum. The EHEA is fairly successful in part because it has managed to bring together the different actors. It recognizes that you cannot develop sound higher education policies without institutions, without students, and without staff. And this is more than simply listening to their views. It is taking their views seriously, making their views count. Institutions, students, and staff are not alibis, not clients, and not cost centers. They're partners. The EHEA would not have worked had we not been able to count on their contributions. Just take the guidelines and principle for the social dimension that were adopted earlier today. They were developed by a group chaired by a student and the country representative together. The European standards and guidelines for quality assurance were developed by stakeholders and adopted by ministers. The EHEA is also finely tuned balance, where policies and priorities are decided at European level, but then implemented nationally, which of course often means within each institution. And what it means that ministers sign up to a given priority and policy has been hotly debated. Debate was resolved through an emphasis on peer learning, which also indicates that not following up is not a valid option. The EHEA responded to issues that were urgent. The initial focus on structural reforms responded to a need, could be developed in the relatively loose form of cooperation that characterized the EHEA, and succeeded in putting higher education policy squarely on the political agenda. Policies should build on shared values. Higher education policy cannot be meaningful unless it furthers academic freedom and integrity, institutional autonomy, student and staff participation, and public responsibility of and for higher education. Now let us be clear. These are not privileges granted to institutions, students, and staff. They are essential for higher education and research to innovate. You cannot have quality higher education and research unless you can question received truths. And you cannot have societies based on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law unless you can question prevailing views. We need critical thinking, which is not just tearing down, because that's the easy part. Critical thinking carries a commitment to devising viable alternatives. And one of the major threats to democracy, as well as to quality higher education, is that our fundamental values are no longer unquestioned. The Council of Europe, the International Consortium, the International Association of Universities, and the other partners that you can see work together to further the democratic mission of higher education. It is telling that our latest conference, as well as book, are on academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and the future of democracy. And they offer this as a contribution globally. We often hear education and training mentioned in the same breath, but they're not one and the same. As societies, we need to be well educated, not just well trained. We do not live by bread alone. Training may provide us with what we can live from. Education should provide us with what we live for. The Council of Europe has defined 4 major purposes of higher education, as you saw, and they're equally important. And the good news is you don't have to choose. They are complementary rather than contradictory. Competencies that make you well prepared for the labor market also make you well suited to be an active citizen in democratic societies, and they contribute to your personal development. Critical thinking, analytical, and communication skills are obvious examples. The Council of Europe has developed a reference framework of competences for democratic culture, with 20 competences organized around 4 clusters: values, attitudes, skills, and knowledge and critical understanding. The reference framework applies to all areas and levels of education, including higher education, and we offer it, as well as our platform for ethics, transparency, and integrity in education, also when we look beyond the EHEA. There is hardly a word that occurs as frequently in higher education debate as quality. Nobody's against it, and nobody admits to aiming for second best. But like our fundamental values, we tend to take quality for granted. I think the Council of Europe has made a fundamental point. You cannot make high quality exclusive. A good education system is not one that leaves students by the wayside. It is one that offers them good opportunities to fulfill their potential and their aspirations. The structural reforms of the EHEA aim to make it easier for all students, to access higher education, to find their way along suitable learning paths, and to help them graduate with qualifications of good quality that will receive fair recognition, with qualifications that fulfill all the major purposes of higher education. The Council of Europe will continue to make social justice, social inclusion one of our education priorities. Social justice requires us to do so, and as societies, we cannot afford not to make full use of our potential. As we look beyond the EHEA, this principle is no less important. The Lisbon Recognition Convention, which the Council of Europe developed with UNESCO, sets standards for the fair recognition of qualifications. The European Qualifications Passport for Refugees is a practical instrument to make the right to fair recognition a reality for refugees, even when they, for obvious reasons, cannot fully document their qualifications. And over 500 refugees have received it so far. Our host today, Italy, is playing an important role in this project, along with Norway, Greece, and almost a dozen other countries. The COVID crisis has made sustainability even more essential. If our societies are not sustainable, the many other issues we discuss will be of little practical importance. Our societies need to be sustainable environmentally, but also socially, politically, culturally, and economically. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 4, as well as the values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law on which the Council builds, should guide us in Europe as well as globally. We cannot achieve sustainable development unless higher education does its part. But we also need to make our cooperation sustainable. Global cooperation cannot rely just on high-level meetings every 2 or 3 years. If the cooperation between the European higher education area and other regions is to be sustainable, if they are to learn from each other and maybe even devise common strategies, we have to find ways to work together continuously on topics ranging from structural reforms to the fundamental values of higher education and its role in ensuring sustainable development. Like the purposes of higher education, these topics are complementary, not contradictory. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the Chilean sociologist Eugenio Tironi suggests that to answer the question, what kind of education do we need, we first need to answer another question, what kind of society do we want? We need to work together beyond the European higher education area to find the answers to both questions. The future of higher education depends on it, and so does the future of our societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sjur. I'm glad that we have been able to recap your intervention. And now, dear colleagues and friends, it seems that we are approaching the conclusion of this ministerial conference, full of very concrete indications coming from both inside and outside the European higher education area. Everything I could say or add to the relevant speakers that took the floor during this long journey since this morning, it will be redundant. However, the only point that I would like to underline is that European higher education area is definitely reaching its maturity and moving forward next 10 years with secure ground bases. We really wish to Albania and to all rotating forthcoming countries all the best for their work. We can confirm that Italy will remain a strong supporter of the process that we contributed to found 21 years ago. During the celebrations of the 20th anniversary of the Bologna Declaration last year, we celebrate the joy to stay together in the name of our fundamental values and interest of our stakeholders. Let's keep working in harmony with the same spirit, but more important, with the same spirit of those students and professors gathered together in Bologna more than 900 years ago. Let me just inform you that the website of the conference will remain online, so you will keep enjoying the contents and the information that are gathered on it. And let me inform you that I'm very glad to say that more than 3,000 experts were connected during this long journey of today. Even if we were not able to host you in person here in Rome, we have tried to bring to you our hospitality, but we really looking forward to receive you very soon in our country. And now, also on behalf of Minister Gaetano Manfredi, arrivederci e grazie mille a tutti voi.
не башка, не знаю,